We certainly do.
Okay, so the October 2nd, 2013 meeting of the City Council is herein called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV program, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If the alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chamber out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshals or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing our safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see the city clerk staff up front. If you parked in the garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise? I am not sure that Mr. Bernardino Bautista, Hispanic community, who is going to be giving the invocation. In lieu of that, we are going to have a moment of silent reflection and silent prayer for all of us, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance and the ceremonial. Thank you. Thank you, and we'll now proceed with the ceremonial items of this morning's meeting.
How you doing this one?
Mayor, Ricky's on his way. He'll be here in about 20 minutes or so.
We're not going to wait 20 minutes.
No.
What is your tie today?
It's a gift from the McDonald's guy.
Oh my gosh.
The guy that had the franchise that we had our...
We're admiring Councilman Coffin's tie, which is a McDonald's. Could you please show the camera and everyone here? starting at the Big Mac. Is that gorgeous? Fabulous.
This was a gift from the McDonald's manager who hosted the children and their parents the first day of school in several of the wards, so
Right. Oh, great.
very nice.
It's lovely. How come we didn't get them?
Well, we did. We just wouldn't.
We wouldn't. Okay, enough. All right. Anyway, it's very exciting, and McDonald's did a fabulous job that first day. And so for our first item, Councilman Beers, it is up to you with the Citizen of the Month, I understand.
Well, the Citizen of the Month this month is several citizens. This month we're honoring the upcoming PGA Tour stop here in Las Vegas, which will be just a couple weeks out. I think we've got the tournament director with us. If he could come down and give us some details on the tournament. The beneficiary of the tournament is the Shriners Hospital, so we can't see it for the folks at home, but we have a room full of Shriners, most of whom I believe I recognize from the Eldorado Parade because they participate in our Eldorado parade. Good morning. Could you tell us a little bit about the tournament, the kind of money you raise, the beneficiaries, and what opportunities Las Vegans have to volunteer?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. This year marks the 31st year of a PGA Tour presence in Las Vegas, but it also marks, I believe, the 46th year of a Shriner presence since 1975, I believe, Zelfs the Shrine, taking care of children in Las Vegas and Southern Nevada. Corporately, the Shriners Hospitals for Children, along with the fraternal operations in 196 temples throughout North America, have chosen Las Vegas and the PGA Tour as a medium to broadcast their message for providing pediatric specialty care, regardless of a patient's abilities to pay, to children up until their 18th birthday. The tournament is broadcast in 715 million homes across 225 countries, providing a great opportunity not only to promote the Shriners and the wonderful work they do, the hospitals raise awareness and help drive fundraising efforts, but also put Las Vegas on center stage in emerging markets throughout the world and promote this as a wonderful destination. The tournament starts October 14th. It'll run through the 20th. Many of the top PGA Tour players in the world coming to Las Vegas for the week to participate for a $6 million purse. Obviously, Las Vegas was the home of the first $1 million purse on the PGA Tour, so it's certainly come full circle. We'll be welcoming tens of thousands of spectators, lots of people coming into the community to support the event, and plenty of opportunities for the local community to get involved through volunteering for any one of the 35 committees that it takes to put on and host this event. Over 1,000 volunteers providing over 20,000 hours of work throughout the year to put this event on. Can also get engaged as a spectator or come out and participate in any number of special events outside the ropes during the week.
How do they contact you? How do they volunteer?
Can find out all the information on shrinershospitalsopen.com. Call our office at 873-1010. Plenty to do, plenty to see, and it'll be a great week.
And this is Adam Sperling. We're going to take a group picture in a moment, so if we get all the Shriners up over here by the sign for the Citizen of the Month, which is going to be posted up in front of City Hall by the time I think we get out of the building, and we'll stay there for the next month. Adam Sperling is who gave us our explanation of the event and is going to accept the plaque for the Citizen of the Month. Let's just line up around the sign, and we'll snap a shot. I did. Well, I did. How did the possum get past the screeners? I don't know. I did see Councilman Coffin's eyebrows shoot up at the $6 million purse, though.
He's ready to go.
Where's your bicycle?
Now, don't they support the You're in charge of this picture, Councilman. Now, how are you doing this? Are we standing on chairs? Oh, are you cute? Can I take you home?
Of course.
Yes. Beautiful.
Where's Oscar? He should be with us.
Oscar should be with us, but he's he's on his little bike. Thank you all. It's great with you. Right, I love these. So nice to see you. Thank you for all that you do. Okay, we need more this way, this side. Thank you all for what you do. We're so proud of our Shriners, and hopefully you continue to grow and get a bigger group of young people coming in. I'm talking to my sons. Any women? Women, no women. I knew that was sort of sexist there. Okay, is this, whoops, oh wait, I can't do that.
A little bit in the gray jacket. There we go.
The hair on your head, Mayor Pro Tem, I heard that. You were worried about the hair. Thank you, we're done. Thank you all so much. You make such a difference in our community, and we're so grateful. And tomorrow, on Saturday, across the street, is the beginning of Miracle League, I believe, is on Saturday morning. If you're having a meeting, you can come across the street. Are you meeting Saturday morning? No. Okay, well, thank you all very much. We're very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. Good to see you. Thank you. $6 million, Councilman Coffin. Are you going to show your expertise? He's a great golfer.
Show me he's getting over.
Right. I mean, he's really doing major catch up here. Yes, my husband is a Shriner.
Your Honor?
Yes, he's a Shriner. He is a Shriner, Oscar.
Having trouble getting an occupancy permit for the new Shriners location to sell their onions. So we
Oh,
need to
you're
find out
kidding.
if it's in
I
the
always
street.
buy my onions there.
Well,
Well, our ward,
But it's
we're-
moved. They're moved.
Why'd they move?
The Masons kicked them out. So now it's,
Masons kicked them out?
yeah, so now they're going to live over there.
okay, who are the powers that we need to get the,
I don't know. Chris Knight, occupancy permit, we'll have to talk about that.
no, Chris Knight is somewhere, like Atlantic City at a meeting, I think. So we're talking to you, Chris Knight, when you come back and you see a repeat conference. The Shriners need a permit for selling their Vidalia onions in their new location, which happens to be in Councilman Coffin's ward. So if you got that, Mr. Knight.
Come see me. Done on Easter.
Okay, thank you, Michael. But I figured he'd watch this to see what was messed up at some point when he comes back. Thank you, Mr. Bouse. All right, for our next item, I have the pleasure of recognizing an outstanding group of employees at the City of Las Vegas. And I'd like to ask our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Vincent, to join us at the podium for this presentation. I saw you. Where are you? He is here already. Oh, of course. How are you? The Action Team Award recognizes a team of employees who strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. The October Action Team is made up of employees from the city's supplier diversity outreach team, and I'd like to invite Yolanda Jones, Edward O'Neill, and Nikki Gomolo to join us at the podium. Yay, heck of a team. These wonderful three do a great job for the city and its residents, which was recently recognized when the City of Las Vegas was selected by the Nevada Minority Supplier Development Council for induction into the 2013 Minority Business Hall of Fame. In addition, the city was selected as the Corporation of the Decade. Awesome. I remember seeing you in Old City Hall down below. What a difference the rotunda looks like now. Anyway, Las Vegas is a melting pot of cultures and nationalities, as we all know, and this variety brings richness and texture to our city. Over the years, the city of Las Vegas has grown to more than 600,000 people, and the minority population has increased to nearly 40% of that total. So together we're building a world-class and very diverse city. City staff participates in cooperative efforts with other local public and private entities to educate and encourage small minority-owned, women-owned, disabled, veteran-owned, and other local businesses. Our supplier diversity team members are familiar faces to the leadership and members of the local chambers of commerce. The city is active in the Regional Business Development Advisory Council, which includes representatives from the Black Business Council, the Asian, Latin, Las Vegas, and Urban Chambers of Commerce, and other agencies that provide the city with valuable feedback and information to enhance its supplier diversity goals and objectives. The City of Las Vegas is committed to providing world-class customer service and promoting opportunity for all of its residents and businesses. Local businesses may take advantage of training opportunities via our business outreach events and by making personal appointments with purchasing staff, which then help them reach out to the best departments to utilize their products and services. Without this supplier diversity team, the city would not have access to the diverse businesses that are out in our community. So, Mark, I'd love for you to say a few words, and then we'll hear from the group spokesperson, Yolanda Jones. You must be so proud. He's always smiling at work, and I know it's because of the team he has with him. So, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor, and I do want to thank this group and all of the purchasing division. You know, the Nevada purchasing law doesn't necessarily make it easy to develop suppliers, particularly those that are small, disadvantaged minority. And so you have to be creative about how you go about that. And this group has been highly creative. And they've done some really interesting things in terms of trying to establish connections and relationships, not just with the suppliers and them, but suppliers and the people that are establishing the requirements and you know, placing the requisitions. So I think it's been really interesting, some of the things we've done. And not only are they doing that, but while they're doing that, they're also saving us millions of dollars through their own negotiation and competitive processes. So I just really think the world of this group, and the award is really deserving for the city. So I think, thank you very much. We probably want to get Yoli to make a statement or two, huh?
Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate the comments, and I feel exactly the same way. I just can say that I am very proud of this team. They go above and beyond, and they do spend a lot of time reaching out to the community, making sure that we're transparent. One of our big goals is this team works real hard with our commitment to our community function, which the mayor was our speaker at the last function. And it was great success. They are recognized throughout the community. Even when I go out, I get great comments from the great job that it does doing the speaking at the various functions and Nikki coordinating everything. And then, of course, what's very important, that they lead us and they really work with our purchasing team to get those small businesses and minority businesses to come in and do business with the city. So I would like them to stand, and we should give them a great round of applause because they do a great job. And thank you so much. We appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you. So we do have certificates for each of you. How many languages do you speak?
2.
The other one?
Spanish.
Nikki, how many languages?
Well, if you don't count the one that my husband speaks, his very own language, just one.
Okay.
One.
All right, we're going to go into training on that. Okay, Yolanda and Nikki, this is just so exciting. You are the best, and I know. How many years, Ed, have you been working with us?
9 years.
9 years.
9 years.
Nikki?
8 years.
10 months.
Okay, so how many years, Mr. Vincent?
For me?
Yes.
15 and a half. Not that anyone's counting that.
So that's good. We don't count the half. Well, congratulations. Do we have any picture or anything that we would like to do with the council? Yes? Can we all smush together here?
Smush any way you want us.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Good. Thank you all, and congratulations. We're so proud. So proud of you. Thanks, Yolanda. Thank you. Thanks, Ed. Thanks so much. That's a very important handshake. Okay. For our next item, I want to take a minute to remind all our drivers, bicyclists, and pedestrians to remember that safety comes first when we're out on our roadways. October, if you didn't know it, is National Pedestrian Safety Month. And I will be joining other local leaders in the Regional Transportation Commission at a news conference tomorrow to discuss how we can all help promote safety on the roads. The City of Las Vegas has set aside $3.5 million in 2012 for a 5-year program to focus on pedestrian safety. We developed a list of potential locations for important pedestrian safety projects. Included have been increased lighting for sidewalks and in crosswalks at intersections, curb extensions to reduce pedestrian crossing distance, pedestrian accentuated flashers that help motorists know people and notice people in crosswalks, as well as new crosswalks and other improvements. We have these pedestrian accentuated flashers already installed at 18 locations in the city, as well as at the state's only high-intensity activated crosswalk, or HAWK signal. The HAWK actually signals traffic to stop at Sahara at 15th Street when activated by pedestrians wishing to cross Sahara. The truth is, we can improve traffic devices and make crosswalks easier to see, but in the end, we really need people behind the wheel, walking or riding on our streets to pay attention, think what they're doing, and use crosswalks for the pedestrians and bikers with their bikes. So please keep in mind this is a pedestrian safety month, and get in the habit of thinking safety first. And for our next item, I would like to invite Michael Gill. Where are you, Michael? There you are. Come right on up. Wonderful man. New York City guy? I am too. But I'm not a guy, I'm a girl. Anyway, we'd like to invite Michael Gill, our wonderful Las Vegas Shakespeare Company, to join us at the podium. Believe it or not, October is also National Arts and Humanities Month. I believe we have a little graphic that's on the screen showing that Las Vegas really loves the arts. Michael is here today along with Marilyn Gillespie, yes? Yes. To accept a proclamation for Arts and Humanities Month on behalf of the entire cultural corridor on Las Vegas Boulevard. And of course, we have our native art form on display at the fabulous Neon Museum. We also have dinosaurs and all kinds of critters at the great and always expanding and needing more room Natural History Museum. The corridor is also home to the Old Mormon Fort, which recently transports guests back to the beginnings of Las Vegas to show off some of our unique history here. We also have the downtown branch of the Las Vegas Clark County Library System, and of course, the new home of our very own Shakespeare Company. The Cultural Corridor is a fantastic place to experience city life and the arts. And we have other wonderful museums like the Mob Museum and the Children's Discovery Museum. Great events like the Las Vegas Valley Book Festival at the end of this month, Oktoberfest, and of course, First Friday, which we will be experiencing in 2 days. In our performing arts group, the city boasts the Nevada Ballet Theater, the Rainbow Company Children's Theater, and the Las Vegas Philharmonic. The city's cultural affairs staff does an amazing job programming concerts, exhibits, shows, and events at incredible facilities like our very own historic Fifth Street School. So I'm excited about plans to have an art trail along First Street downtown. The Streetscape project will add to the growing arts and cultural movement downtown and should be completed sometime in 2014. And if I can just open this. There we go. I'm a righty, not a lefty, so it's amazing I have my mouth and my fingers working together. Michael, I do want to thank you and Marilyn and all those who are bringing a heightened focus to the arts and culture here in Las Vegas, and we'd love to hear a few words from you. We're so proud of what's going on. I mean, we're finally a city that's arriving in spades. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. It's an honor to be here today. I'm here representing actually the entire Cultural Corridor Coalition. I'm the chairperson for the coalition, in addition to being the president of the Shakespeare Company. The coalition, as the mayor pointed out, is a collection of nonprofits and other organizations that believe in the arts and transforming our section of downtown into a family-friendly arts experience, cultural experience. Marilyn's here from the Natural History Museum. We're very proud of our neighbor across the street, the Neon Museum. And as we meet monthly, and actually now more frequently, and we are becoming a more vocal group. And I think that City Council and Mayor, you will find us going to be much more active in helping your mission to help the city of Las Vegas become a real cultural center that the entire valley can be proud of.
And can you share a little bit about your history, briefly? Why you came here? I mean, here you came from New York to Las Vegas.
I am a commercial Broadway producer. I've produced 22 shows on Broadway, Tony nominated. I made Las Vegas my home because I came here in 1999 with the musical Chicago, and I just stayed because I liked it. Since that point in time, I brought my parents here, who are still here, I think, watching, and we love Las Vegas. And part of what I'm trying to do with the former Reed Whipple Center is to give back. When life's been good to you, you give back. And so the Reed Whipple, the Cultural Corridor Coalition, it's our give back to the city of Las Vegas because it's something that we strongly believe in.
And how about the Lord identification?
Our theater company has, last October, was nominated and accepted in the membership as a member of the League of Resident Theaters, or LORT for short. LORT is a very difficult organization to become a member of. You have to pass through many financial hurdles, many artistic hurdles. The 76 theater companies across the nation include places like the Mark Taper Forum in LA, the Old Globe in San Diego, the Goodman in Chicago, Arena Stage in DC. So it's with great pride that we've announced that we are the 76th LORT Theater Company and the first and only LORT Theater Company in the state of Nevada.
Nevada.
Nevada. And she told me that before.
I have.
Yes,
I
yes.
will stay on you with it. Nevada, 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 Nevada. We're so proud and we're so thrilled. And is Rosemary's Restaurant still planning to be an opening in the old Reed Whipple, now the Cultural Corridor Center?
That is correct.
And that would happen
2015.
2015. For those of you who ever ate at Rosemary's, it used to be way up Sahara. Delicious food. They're coming back. So wonderful, and we are making it safer. And so we have with us, and please stay up here if you would, Michael, continuing with our cultural theme, Marilyn Gillespie, director of the fabulous Las Vegas Natural History Museum. And she is here. We wanted to recognize the tremendous accomplishments that have been ongoing over the years at the Natural History Museum. And recently, the museum gained accreditation from the American Alliance of Museums. And the American Alliance of Museums has rigorous accreditation requirements. Only 6% of the museums in America have earned this special recognition. So we're pleased that Las Vegas Natural History Museum has joined this prestigious list. The city of Las Vegas now has 2 institutions with this accreditation. Is the Nevada State Museum, now out at Lorenzi, it used to be at Lorenzi, it's now out at the Springs Preserve. That has also been recognized. The other top museums across the country that have this recognition do include the Metropolitan Museum of New York in Manhattan and the Guggenheim in Manhattan, the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco, the Getty, the J. Paul Getty Museum in Los Angeles, the Smithsonian Institute Museums in Washington, D.C. So it's really an honor, and I do congratulate the museum. We all do, our city council, every one of our residents, and certainly Marilyn and her staff for this accomplishment. We have a proclamation for you, very special. which I will not read because I've just said everything that I'm sure is here. But we are so proud, and I know you have to say something. We're hoping that you can expand. We need room. They're exploding.
Thank you, Mayor. Becoming accredited is a major achievement, and it's one that we are so very proud of. It took 3 years to gain this accreditation. We're analyzed with every department that we have, and after we sent all of our paperwork in, they sent museum professionals in to make sure that we were really doing what we say that we are doing. We are so proud to be a part of that 6%. There are 17,500 museums in America. Only 6% are accredited. So this is something that, we again, I am just so very proud of it. And to be in the company of the Smithsonian and the Getty and all those other museums that you read off, and for the Las Vegas Natural History Museum to be one of them. It is our goal to become a world-class museum, and this accreditation is just one step, one major step in getting us there.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How many years, Marilyn, have you been working for the museum in one capacity or another?
The museum is 22 years old, and I've been working on it for 24 years.
See, now, is that love for this community? You're the best.
Thank you.
You're the best.
Thank you.
Thank
It seems much longer than that.
No, it doesn't. It keeps you young. Thank you. We are so proud. What a great woman. What a great undertaking. And what a great accomplishment. We're just so proud of that museum. The children love it. The Egyptian exhibit is still up?
It is a permanent exhibit, yes.
Which is wonderful. And what is the next coming traveling exhibit?
The next exhibit is going to be Hatching the Past, and it's about dinosaur eggs. So it'll be here in a couple months.
So bring your children down to see these little eggs hatch. Are they going to hatch? No, they're not going to. Anyway, this is simply wonderful. Watch out, world. Here comes Las Vegas. Thank you very much. We're so proud.
There are additional board members here, Marilyn.
Yes.
As long as we
Oh, could our board members, and would you introduce them?
kind of combined a couple of memorials together,
Ceremonials
ceremonials.
combined. Do you want to introduce your board members, please?
Yes, I do have a couple of board members that could join me this morning. My board chairman, John Good, and a fairly new board member, Matt Engel.
Hi, Matt. How are you? Congratulations.
Big Matt. Go Rebels.
Is there a pin? There's no natural history. Well, I noticed his pin. So I was thinking, is that your new pin?
Yeah.
That's a rebel pin.
Did you see that mustache? I'll have to get a pin.
Right, right. See? Little egg. Congratulations.
Thank
We
you. Thank you very much.
Just the two?
Yes.
So there we are.
picture? Yes, please.
Can we do a picture? Who? Yeah, wait. Ooh. Let me get over here. Just wonderful.
Can you get us all in?
Come closer. Sorry. Here we come. Come this way. Come this toward the center, please. Just great.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Simply fabulous.
Last night.
Oh, and we have a proclamation here that my Mayor Pro Tem, it's the second one. Why does she have two?
I don't know. I don't know. I just saw it.
Natural History Museum.
That's yours, and that we'll give that to Mr. Gill. Over there.
All right, Mr. Gill's getting the National Arts and Humanities Month Award. And then Ms. Gillespie is getting the Las Vegas Natural History Museum Day. This is your day. 24 years working on this. See, when you have a great idea, stick with it and don't let go. Great. Congratulations. We're so thrilled. We certainly come. You have to smush close.
Come in the center.
We'll provide you with
Okay.
We'll get it for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So proud. We're thrilled. Okay, for our final item, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is yours.
Today, we're going to honor Fire Prevention Week. This week was established to commemorate the tragic October 8, 1871 Great Chicago Fire that killed 250 people, left 100,000 homeless, destroyed more than 17,400 structures, and burned more than 2,000 acres. I'm going to tell you all this history just to show Councilman Beers and Councilman Coffin that other people know history here, and particularly when it comes to fire prevention. Now, while the Great Chicago Fire was the best-known blaze, something I learned in elementary school, it wasn't the biggest. That distinction goes to the Peshtigo Fire, which was the most devastating forest fire in America. And it happened on that very same October 8th, 1871 day. Both those fires were on the same day. Fire roared through northeast Wisconsin, burning down 16 towns, killing 1,152 people, and scorching 1.2 million acres of land. Now, those who survived these two fires never forgot what they had been through. Both blazes produced countless tales of bravery and heroism, which we know we find many times in our fire department. But the fires also changed the way that firefighters and public officials thought about fire safety. And on the 40th anniversary of the Chicago Fire, the Fire Marshals Association of North America, which is today the International Fire Marshals Association, decided that the anniversary of the Great Chicago Fire should henceforth be observed, not with festivities, but in a way that would keep the public informed about the importance of fire prevention. And the commemoration grew incrementally official over the years. In 1920, President Woodrow Wilson issued the first National Fire Prevention Day proclamation. And since 1922, my gosh, that's older than I am. Fire Prevention Week has been observed on the Sunday through Saturday period in which October 9th falls. And Fire Prevention Week, many of us don't know, is the longest running public health and safety observation on record in our country. The President of the United States has signed a proclamation proclaiming a national observation during that week every year since 1925. And today I would like to call our new fire chief, Willie McDonald, and our Public Information and Education Officer for Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, Tim Szymanski, to accept this proclamation on behalf of our mayor and our city council, and to tell us more specifically what we're doing in Las Vegas. Just one second, can I have my proclamation here? And I will give this to you, and basically it covers what I've been speaking about. And you know how proud we are of our firemen and women. And I'm going to ask you to tell us what we're doing now in fire prevention here in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Councilmember Tarkanian. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, so much for the great support that you give to Las Vegas Fire and Rescue and bringing awareness this month, and particularly the week of October 5th through the 10th as Fire Prevention Week and Fire Prevention Month. I've been in the fire service for 30 years, and cooking fires and things that happen at homes continue to be the thing that causes the most fire deaths every year. We've tried very hard to build in safety measures in different buildings and in homes, but over the years we still lose most of the folks in our homes. And so we've had a recent fatality here in the city of Las Vegas that, again, a grim reminder that people can and should be looking out for things in their home that cause fires to happen and how to prevent those. It's something as simple as a smoke detector in your home can really save your life. So all the men and women of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue throughout this month will be making our community aware. We do that every month, but this month in particular we'll be hosting open houses at fire stations. We'll be out in the community, making sure that people understand how they can make their homes safer and how they can prevent fires from happening in their homes. We hope that you would all join us in that. So thank you very much for this proclamation, and thank you so much for helping us bring awareness.
And who do you have with you?
We have this older gentleman here. This is, he was there when Mrs. O'Leary's cow knocked over the lantern and started the... No, I'm kidding. No, this is the hardest working person I think I've ever met when it comes to making sure people are aware of and can do things that will help prevent fires in their homes. This is our PIO, Tim Saminsky, and he is out every night, every hour of the day, bringing awareness to fire prevention. And we also have Sparky, who reaches out to our younger generation, where really fire prevention activities should start, so that we have those built in and we think about them. It's second nature, so that we can keep our homes safe. I think I'll turn it over to Tim for a couple of words.
Tim, I read recently that it's household decorations that tend to start fires more than anything else.
This time of the year, from about now until after the holidays, candles, and we ask people to use those new electronic candles, the LEDs, because you don't have an open flame, and that's safer. But I want to say something about Sparky. Sparky's is the icon for the National Fire Protection Association. He's been doing it for 62 years. His birthday is in May, so he's 62 years old. And every other year, and that includes 2014 in June, the National Fire Protection Association brings their World Conference here to Las Vegas, so all the world fire safety leaders will be here in June again, and we talk about the rules and regulations on how to make fire safe and that. So we appreciate what Sparky's been doing for 62 years and getting out in the community and spreading the word. Again, like the chief says, kitchen fires is the #1 reason for fires in Las Vegas, and the leading reason why people go to the hospital because of burns is because of kitchen fires, because we go to a kitchen fire every day. Now, most of them are not serious, just a pot on a stove, but every single day we can count on going on a fire in the kitchen. So our theme is stop kitchen fires, do things to prevent it, and the leading reason is when you cook, you stand at the stove and cook. You don't go read emails and go take a shower and things of that nature. But thanks, Sparky, for coming again. He goes to a lot of events here. He lives here in Las Vegas, so you'll see a lot of them. Thank you again, Chief.
Thank you.
Well, again, I just want to say thank you to all of you in our fire department, and Sparky, thank you. I hope you're not getting tired after 62 years, because Mr. Beers is adding up dog years now, and I think he's hit 6,000. He's our accountant, you know. 4,612. So you keep with us and keep that energy going, because that's what we need, and we thank you very much for all you do. Thank you very much from our council.
And can I... Thank you. If I could also invite everyone in the community, we'll be having open houses on October 12th. Saturday, October 12th at 1 o'clock at all of the fire stations in your neighborhood. So we'd please invite you to come by, spend some time with our folks, and just learn as much as you can about fire prevention and other hazards that can have an impact on your life. Thank you.
And next Monday morning,
Next Monday morning, we are also going to be breaking ground on new fire station number 108 in Ward number 3, a very important part of our deployment system, and a fire station that will dramatically improve not only our system but also the fire protection and emergency medical services in that part of the community. We're very excited about it, and we're looking forward to that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, I was looking for a way that I could stop cooking dinner. Now I found it out that there's a fire in the kitchen every day, officer. Every single day a fire, you go to put one out in the kitchen. So that's the end of my cooking. Anyway, so we will continue on right after these pictures, and we will begin our agenda for the morning. Thank you all.
Hey, Tim, thanks for keeping me on your mailing list today.
Anything you want.
why aren't you up there? Because Sparky's an electrician.
Okay, I think we're ready to continue. And we will go right into the public comment. Thank you very much. Public comment, this is agenda item number 11. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We'll set the time at 1 minute. And I do want to inform you all, because of certain regulations with which we have to comply, we are going to be moving, excuse me, what was that agenda item number? We will be moving agenda item number 45 up front as we move into the regular portion, so that you won't have to wait for a long period of time. I do have Theo Jefferson's card on citizen participation, Kelly Martinez on item number 43, and Anthony Summer on agenda item 51 as of record. So anybody who'd like to come forward under this piece, please come forward, state your name for the record, and we will proceed on. Good morning.
Good morning. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I want to thank Councilman Coffin for adjusting those boundaries on item number 45, because I didn't want our area and I didn't want the transportation or the transit center involved. I appreciate the new boundaries. Thank you.
My name is Anthony Hodges, and I want to talk about the stratosphere. Bob Stupak is responsible for the tallest structure on the western part of the United States. But he always used that word stratosphere. The man loved outer space. You know, everything he built, you know, has a lot to do with that. But he was going 1,800 feet, but the FAA said, hey, you know, we run things around here, so he had to stop a little over 1,200 feet. But the objective is, Bob was a very great part of this community. I don't know if we'll ever get to recognize him in his family or whatever. And that's all I got to say is that I love it. In Chicago, the reason they had a program called Chicago Fire, because Chicago had more major fires than any city in our country over history. Chicago has some real knockout fires, even back in the last century. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Morning, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Howard Watts. I'm the field director for the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, and I live at 1701 South 14th Street. I don't know if I'm going to be here for all of item 45, so I wanted to speak briefly on it right now. I wanted to thank Councilman Coffin, Councilman Barlow especially for working with us on adjusting the boundaries for item number 45. And I wanted to ask the council that as you consider the item today, that you look at the fines for curfew violation, consider reducing those. You know, I actually couldn't make the recommending committee meeting yesterday because I was over at Chaparral registering cowboys to vote. And we talked a little bit about this issue, and you know, I think a lot of young people think that a $300 fine for a first-time curfew offense is a little bit much. So I'm hoping that you could reduce that to a warning, maybe reduce those fine levels a little bit, take some of that burden off of our city's youth. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for participating. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Kelly Martinez with the Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce, speaking in support of item 43. The Metro Chamber was in support of the passage of the fuel tax ordinance by the Clark County Commission. We believe this is an important investment in our community. The Metro Chamber is in support of the proposed resolution because it would identify opportunities to utilize local workers and companies for the projects relating to the fuel tax indexing. We support small businesses. This resolution is good public policy and good for our community. Thank you for your time and consideration on this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. We appreciate that. Anyone else?
I don't have a speaker card. My name is Melissa Letourneau, and I have a piece of paper I just wanted to make sure that each one of you had, because I only have a minute, so. I wanted to just request that item 14, 36, and 38 be removed from the consent agenda so that it can be discussed.
Could you repeat those, please?
It'd be item 14, 36, and 38.
And 38 from consent, sure.
And I did had some questions listed under each one, so you could maybe, this shouldn't be that long, they're pretty short.
Okay.
Give you a chance to look them over and
So if
hopefully
you'll
address
save
those.
those till we pull them, we will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, got the list? Good, thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, please, and state your name. We don't need the address, I don't believe.
My name is Michael Turley. I live here in Las Vegas. I would like to have item number 14 removed from the consent.
Same one, okay.
Same one. For reasons of the infrastructure, if you read the federal assurances number 2, number 6, and number 8, and refer them to this many pages of presidential administrative executive orders, you'll see how this is misleading. Okay? And grant grabbing is not the way to protect yourselves. If you remember in 1947 and 1952, when they did the test with the UN forces, seven cities in New York, 7 cities in California, Southern California, were invaded by supposedly UN forces. And who were the first ones they locked up? You guys, okay? All the law enforcement, all the school officials, everybody. And they did the same thing in Texas in 1952 and the same thing in Watertown, New York in 1952.
Thank you very much. And that is included in the consent agenda, which will be pulled. Yes, sir, your name, please.
My name's Anthony Summer. My wife and I live here in Las Vegas. And I'd like to speak in opposition to item 51 on the agenda today, which is in relation to short-term rental properties. My wife and I provide short-term rental homes for families who come to Las Vegas for purposes of either relocation or families visiting sick elderly parents or single parents who are suffering through the process of divorce and need a home away from home to spend time with their families or to deal with realtors to find a new home. And I know that this ordinance was written to try and stop the occurrence of party houses, which I am very strongly against and certainly understand why the ordinance was written. However, I think what the ordinance does is to hurt many families whose eyes are open to the...
Mr. Summer, when it comes to agenda item 51, we will invite you to participate,
All right.
if you can stay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 12. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one item, item number 67, SDR 48852, abeyance item, applicant DR Horton, owner DR Horton, Inc., on 26.4 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Deer Springs Way and Campbell Road. The applicant has asked that be obeyed till October 16th, 2013, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 13, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular city council meeting of September 4th, 2013. Is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, to approve the minutes, please?
So moved.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion also carries. And we will now move on to the consent agenda. And so, items 14 through 38, with the exceptions of items 14, 36, and 38 that are going to be pulled on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Is any other items wish to be pulled out of this agenda, brought forward? Okay, hearing none. I would make a motion that we accept the consent agenda, pulling forward the 14, 36, and 38. And that's the motion. So please cast your vote and please post. And that motion carries. So now let's go ahead and Ms. Letourneau, Mr. Turley, if you wish to speak further on this, we will start with agenda item number 14. For possible action to approve a grant agreement with the State of Nevada Division of Emergency Management as the funding agency in the City of Las Vegas, Office of Emergency Management as grant subrecipient for receipt of $384,558 from the fiscal year 2013 United States Department of Homeland Security Emergency Management Performance Grant, EMPG, to support the City of Las Vegas Emergency Management Program. This is in reference to all wards.
I think what I was hoping for was that in the, it's called the, your approved budget for project page, it had mentioned there were 5 things that should be available with this agenda item. And one of those things, item number 4, was scope and timeline of work, and I didn't see that, and I was just hoping that we could get that in writing so that we knew exactly what the grant was going to be used for, more specifically than just verbal discussion of it.
Acting on behalf of our city manager, I'm going to ask Scott Adams, please, to respond to that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Could you repeat the request of this? And here is Ted Olivas as well, to respond to that request if in fact it's not available in what's available publicly.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff for the Department of Administrative Services. The documents that are included in this agenda item in terms of the backup all are provided, but I would be glad to look at that timeline and work to provide that.
Scope.
There is the federal assurances, which includes the grant award and a breakdown of all of the details of the dollars that are included in this, as well as the various certifications that are required for us to receive this grant award. It has been reviewed and approved by the City Attorney's Office, and it's actually the standard forms that we've used for many, many years.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please,
But I
Councilwoman.
believe her question was just on item number 4. Is the one, the time, is that it?
Item 4 of 14, it was the scope and timeline. So it's all of the other stuff for you to get the grant is probably there, but what you want to do with it once you have it specifically, I don't think is available.
She was only referring to the fact that she said all the others were included, but number 4, scope and timeline of work, was not. Is that included?
Actually, I don't. I would be glad to work with her and find out what she's looking for and provide that. There's 3 items listed as backup, and so whatever this 4th item is, we'd be glad to provide that.
Thank you. And Councilman Beers wanted to make a comment too, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think what Ms. Letourneau is saying is that the the public website indicated there would be 5 pieces of backup attached. It delineated them. 4 of them had documents attached to them when you linked through. 1 of them did not. That one that did not was the scope and timeline of work. On our backup provided to council members on our voting and agenda software, there are only 4 items of backup attached, and this 5th item titled Scope and Timeline of Work is not included in the 4 pieces of backup on this item on our internal system.
I can also show you where I got it on the paper so he's not confused if you want. Yeah. This might help you address it better. Do you have...
And Ms. Letourneau, if I might, because this is a pulled forward item, and because it is a grant and our action is to approve the acceptance of the grant, this is a clarification piece. Would that in any way, Mr. Olivas, preclude our accepting and moving in action to accept the grant?
For the record, Ted Olivas, no, Mayor. I think you can move forward. I do see what she's looking for, and we'd be glad to follow up with her and get that.
Great, and you'll make sure it is public record, that one piece?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Could you
Appreciate it.
copy the council members as well?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And yes, and Councilman Coffin had a comment too.
Yes, Mayor, this kind of Article 2, it's part of the state's appropriation process, or I should say not the appropriation, because it's not general fund money, but it's been received through the legislature as part of the federal funds that come in there. So it's been included and already been scrutinized at various levels before it gets to us. So that part, public hearings have been held, information has been made available at various levels by your legislator. So we feel confident to receive this. It'll be supporting programs that we earned the grant from. We applied, we met the standards, and that's generally what we do, and state approved.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Beers, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would add that Ms. Letourneau's question is specifically what exactly is this grant going to be used for? Council was notified by staff that this grant is destined to be used for the city's Emergency Operations Center, which is a location, I don't know how well known the location is or not, so I'm not going to say where it is, but it's where the city command and control will go during a major valley-wide emergency.
And that would be the scope you're saying?
And that I'm sure will be a big part of the scope when we get that document. We were verbally notified of this in meetings this week.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, don't leave because we're going to come back to your other items you requested, but I would entertain a motion, please, from somebody to accept the motion on agenda item number 14, please.
I'll move for approval on item number 14.
Thank you. And would you please post? That motion carries, and at your request, Ms. Letourneau, agenda item number 36, for possible action to approve supplemental interlocal contract 1, and this is 689A, between the City of Las Vegas and the RTC Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada to increase total project funding in the amount of $3 million, include the acquisition and construction of the project, and extend the project completion date to December 31st, 2016 for Main Street, Commerce Street one-way couplet project, $3 million, Road and Flood Capital Project Fund, CPF, Wards 3 and 5, Councilman Coffin and Barlow. And I would like to invite Mr. Cervantes from our Public Works Management to please come forward to respond on this. And if you have your question, please, Ms. Letourneau.
My questions were, is this really an urgent necessity? And also, has the council consulted with the business owners operating on Commerce and Main Street to get feedback as to how such a change will affect their businesses? Because I was contacted by a concerned business owner about this issue.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Jorge Cervantes, Executive Director of Community Development. This is a critical item. It's a project that is currently under design. This money is to relocate the utilities in anticipation of construction. We expect to start construction on the first phase of the project early next year. A couple of years ago, as the project is being developed, we had several meetings out there with business owners along both Maith and Commerce. We've got another one coming up in the Arts District in 2 weeks to bring everybody up to date on where the project is. So there's been quite a bit of public outreach in this project over the last couple of years.
And I know you said it was urgent, but can somebody explain why this is an urgent necessity to have those streets made one way?
Certainly. This is part of the redevelopment efforts and transportation infrastructure we're doing downtown. It's part of our ongoing projects to improve all the streets downtown. If you drive around downtown, you'll notice a lot of them are under construction. First Street out here is under construction. Stewart, Ogden. Several of our streets are older infrastructure and need a replacement, and so we need to replace this infrastructure with new infrastructure. In particular, this project is not only replacing the infrastructure, but enhancing business opportunities by creating wider sidewalks, more pedestrian-friendly opportunities for business to express their business outside in the common area.
I would just submit that that there should be more work speaking with these business owners, and that the streets are probably okay and it's not an urgent necessity. That's all I would submit, and obviously you guys can make your choices on that. But
And two, I'm sure you're representing a group of people that either work or live in the area, and that's their concern?
Sure. I would, not a group, but, you know,
Okay,
very
because
small
I do
handful.
know we have been having those meetings ongoing, and as Mr. Cervantes just said, there will be another one. What was the date?
I don't have the date in front of me, Mayor. I'd certainly be glad to work with her and give her that day so she or that whoever has interest can attend. We've noticed the folks that are on the 18B Arts District to present to them and get an update of where the project
Right.
stands.
And I must say, the city council is just really excited to do any type of enhancement to make it more amenable to citizens who come down and visit, or people who live here, or people who own businesses, to make it a very safe and friendly and attractive place in which to live and work and do business. Mr. Todd Farlow, you want to come forward, state your name? You don't need the
Yes,
address.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This brings up a question to me. If things go south here, because when you start tearing into the mains down there, you never know what you're going to come up with.
An expert.
When they were redoing Boulder Highway down there at Sahara and Boulder Highway, they tore up and they ran into all kinds of problems, and the guy went broke and everything. But there was a Walgreens there on the corner that had no business at all for a year. Does the city then give them a tax break on that? Do they adjust the taxes if there's no income coming in to the business, if there's a dire thing? Does the city give them a tax break to relieve their problem?
Might question at Boulder Highway and Sahara which side it was, because it might be county number one.
Well, it was county, but does the city do the same thing? Would we
Well,
give
and
them
I
a
think
tax
from
break?
what I've seen, and I think Mr. Cervantes probably would answer it, or anybody from council, I think the main thing is to provide access so they don't lose business is our main concern. Keep the roads and find a way, because I know we've been doing it in some of our projects.
Thank you.
But would you
Mayor,
respond
that is
to it?
correct. That was the county project, but in our city projects, similar, we do have impacts to business as we work. We try to minimize those impacts as much as we possibly can. We make sure that everybody does have access one way or another. Sometimes we require work to be done at night so that the impacts to the business are less, but there are some impacts to business, and we try to minimize those as much as we can.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr.
Madam
Farlow.
Mayor.
Yes, and Councilwoman, please.
Since we're on, if I might be able to, it doesn't have to do with Public Works, and I don't know if legally I can do this, but I was just wondering, we're concerned about what's going to happen to businesses when we build, we have other things, and I know that this Life is Beautiful is coming up. Has that taken permits? Have we have permits on that? And if so, do we have how people are going to travel? Because we have businesses that are going to be shut down for several days.
Can we hold that to another point of the agenda, because I
Yeah.
think this is specific to the consent, and we'll come back. Hopefully, Mr. Cervantes, I know you've been in all those meetings, if you would wait to respond to that at the appropriate
you.
time. Thank you. Good question. Okay, so is it
Yeah, I think
anything? We're still on 36. That one's okay?
Yeah, I think I stated my point right. Yeah.
Okay, so please, may we have a motion to approve agenda item, consent agenda 36?
So moved.
And there's a motion, please vote, and please post. That motion carries, and now we'll move on to your request on bringing forward agenda item, consent agenda 38. That's R692013 for possible action to approve a resolution repealing obsolete and superseded resolutions pertaining to housing rehabilitation loans, neighborhood advisory councils, property damage settlement authority, contracting authority for CETA consortium transactions and business incubator transactions, city park rules, abatement of abandoned and vacant buildings, anti-drug program for downtown trolley service, HUD consolidated planning process, and room tax pledge for monorail extension projects. And Mr. Steed, do you want to make any comment to that? Or is there a specific question on that?
My specific concern was that I don't know whether or not I would support this or not, simply because the 10 resolutions that were listed are not readily available. Some of them go back to the 70s and 80s, and they're just impossible to find the language of. So I was just requesting that maybe you hold it off to the next meeting and make those available to the public for review.
Mr. Steed, since I know you've been working on these as we're trying to clean house going all the way back to the early days of Las Vegas, which has on our books all these ordinances that are no longer of significance. It is a legal matter, and so we've asked legal to do that. Do you want to make some comment to that?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. These items, as was stated, they're all old. Most of them operated only internally. Because they're old, they're not digitized. They're readily available at the clerk's office, just like any other resolution is, but they're not, because they're old, they haven't been put online, and they wouldn't be put online. If the council would like, we could hold this and bring it back with all of those resolutions attached. But because I'm telling you that they're not in effect and we haven't been following them, if we're going to do that, I would recommend that we not go forward with the project because it really turns out to be more effort than it's worth.
And this is something that I requested when I took office because I know there's so many things about where you can tie your horse or who's to clean up after it. I mean, things that are just beyond us. So in an effort to help us move forward into the future, my suggestion would be that you make an appointment with the city clerk and that we move forward with this. If you find an issue or an ordinance that is among these that are listed on this specific agenda item that you have questions, we can revisit it.
Okay, that's fine. And the city clerk is just across the hall,
Thank you.
right?
Pardon?
City clerk is across the hall, right?
Right here, yes. Out the door to the right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for caring. I mean, this is really a show of that. So therefore, I would entertain a motion, and I know Mr. Steed has been doing this, and I can't thank him enough. I know the hours, weeks, and months going through and reading all of the specifics, and it has to take a lawyer to do that. So I would entertain a motion on a consent agenda item number 38, please.
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Just for your information, anybody who's wondering where our colleague is, Councilman Steve Ross, he is out of town on city business in Washington and has an excused absence. So we'll move on to agenda item number 39. This is administrative, a report regarding the flooding that occurred in the northwest area of the Las Vegas Valley during the August of 2013 from Gail William Fraser, 2 PE, Clark County Regional Flood Control District General Manager and Chief Engineer. And Mr. Cervantes, welcome back.
Yes, for the record, Jorge Cervantes. Mayor, this presentation is a presentation on the major flood event that occurred this past August 25th and how the regional facilities set up in that area really functioned to both protect life and property in that area. And so Kevin Eubank, who is the Assistant General Manager, Regional Flood Control Facility, is here to make this presentation to you today.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Council members. Gail couldn't be here. He sends his apologies and me. and I will give this presentation best I can.
And if you would again, just so we know you're legitimate, state your name for our record.
I am Kevin Eubanks, Assistant General Manager, Regional Flood Control District.
Thank you so much.
And I'm going to need papers. On August 25th, there was a very intense rainfall event over the northwest part of the Las Vegas Valley that resulted in flooding of roadways for several days following the rainfall. This was, in fact, the third and largest of 3 rainfall events in essentially the same area over a period of 6 weeks. On July 1st, a lightning strike in the Spring Mountains sparked a wildfire that ultimately scorched nearly 28,000 acres in the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest. The Carpenter 1 fire was less than 50% contained on July 12th when the first meaningful rain of the 2013 monsoon season fell over the burn area. Runoff was captured by the Kyle Canyon Detention Basin. Grand Teton flowed black with slippery soot for a day or so. Kyle Canyon Detention Basin kept 9,800 cubic yards of soot and debris from continuing downstream. Even though we saw the problems we saw, there was a lot more that could have happened. This amount of material is roughly a football field 6 feet deep. This was a relatively minor event with only 7 feet of water contained in the detention basin. Cleanup started immediately, and this was a good warning shot for us. It gave us a good preview of what could happen with an outfall from the Kyle Canyon Detention Basin. Kyle Canyon Detention Basin, it's located at the very west end of Grand Teton Boulevard and south about 1.5 miles of embankment, but way out west on Grand Teton. This was identified in our first master plan in 1986. Design started in 1991, and construction was completed in 1995 at a cost of $13.5 million. It is designed to accept a 100-year rainfall event and stores 3,200 acre-feet, with 300 acre-feet actually made available extra for storage of debris and sediment in the basin. It reduces the 100-year design inflow of 13,000 cubic feet per second to 350 cubic feet per second as it flows out. That's a 97% reduction. Since we don't see any, I'll get into a little bit of science here, since we don't see any reduction in the total volume, the trade-off is time. So we have less flow rate for a longer time to get rid of the same amount of volume. Like all of our detention basins, there are no gates or valves. There's an open outlet all the time. Nobody has to wake up from their warm bed and go flip a switch or anything. These are always available to release flow and store flow. So this is a picture of the basin in 1995, shortly after its construction. You can see the open desert downstream. Now, since construction, we see quite a bit of development downstream. This is a 2012 shot. Thousands of homes are protected now by the Kyle Canyon Detention Basin. This shows a picture of the watershed that drains to the Kyle Canyon Detention Basin. Some 58 square miles of watershed is shown in red. The gray area you see there is the Carpenter 1 burn area. So about 25% of the watershed is actually within the burn area. Here's some output from our rain gauges from this August 25th storm. What is highlighted, what we see at the top row are our design rainfalls for certain durations of rainfall. So a 100-year, 5-minute rainfall intensity is 0.33 inches. A 3-hour, 100-year rainfall intensity is 2.16 inches. Highlighted all down below are the actual gauge data for this total storm, and highlighted to the right are those rainfalls that exceeded our design rainfall. We didn't fill or overtop the basin because the rainfall may not have been completely intense over the entire watershed. But this was one of the most extraordinary rainfall events that I've seen since I've been here in 1990. This brings up, while we're talking about our flood threat recognition system, I want to shift to a really cool tool that we've just put together that anybody with internet access can see.
Mr. Eubanks, a question down here from Councilman
Apologies for the interruption. So it sounds like you're saying that this was essentially bigger, a little bit bigger than a 100-year flood.
Exactly.
Wow.
The rainfall event was in certain locations.
Yeah.
So I have with me today Mr. Tim Sutko. He's our chief hydrologist. I think he's back at the computer, and he's going to run this application that is live on the internet. Anybody with internet access can get to this. Tim's been with the district since the construction of one of our first gauges. He's probably older than Sparky. And what we see here, we try to take advantage of technologies that become available to us, and just recently we've been able to provide this interface of our gauge network, satellite photos, radar, all in a Google Earth framework. And we put this together prior to flood season. What we see now is these are the rainfall maps and weather maps. This is real live data right now. It's 75 to 78 degrees on the west side. We got 23% humidity. The winds are blowing at 1 mile an hour out of the west, out in on the west side. Dew point is at 37 degrees. We're not looking at any real problems happening today. We can change the map to look at terrain or satellite. We see the terrain here now. Can shift to satellite and get an actual, well, a file photo, fairly recent file photo of the area. We can see Kyle Canyon Detention Basin right about at the hand there. Let's see, panning and zooming is, you know, nobody needs to learn how to do that anymore. We all know how to do that. Rainfall gauges, we see here throughout the valley. We have some 185 gauges throughout Clark County, most of them in the Las Vegas Valley. This data updates in real time every 1 minute. We're going to set this for the period of the storm, August 25th. And we will see some of our actual gauge data.
Your ending time is,
Excuse
doesn't
me?
matter, did it? This
So-
was then.
So here we see one of the biggest numbers that I've ever seen on one of our gauges, of 4.06, up in our Grapevine 1 or 2, I don't know which, but it doesn't matter. It was a gauge out in the area. This shows the hyetograph, but it doesn't seem to be showing quite right. This would show in 15-minute increments the rainfall and the totals. Let's see what we got going on here.
And this is
We're
accessible?
back to today. Yeah.
Mr. Eubank, this is accessible by anybody,
By
all the
anybody
time?
and everybody with internet access. Somehow we lost our date. We'll try this again.
Yes, please, Councilman Coffin.
While that slides up, Kevin, I was just going to say where you had the 4.06, which is right beside the table you're working with your cursor.
Mm-hmm.
That 4.06, well, just to the right of that, to the right of the highway, to the north of the highway, is the Paiute Indian Reservation Golf Course. Maybe you were going to explain.
Well,
Were you
it's
going to
be-
tell us what happened there? Because I'm a witness of it. I saw what it did, that 4 inches sheet of moved rocks.
It did. We
Thousands
saw,
of tons of dirt.
We heard a lot about overflow of US 95. I'm not sure why this isn't sticking for us, but it will work at home, I promise. This flow, where the 4.06 hit, was uncontrolled by the Kyle Canyon Detention Basin. It did not flow into the Kyle Canyon Detention Basin. So it flowed uncontrolled through the Paiute Indian Reservation. I understand they had to close the golf course for a period of time.
They're
and
still
repair
closed.
Streets. Excuse me?
They're still closed,
It's
still
still
trying to
closed.
clean it up. I think they're going to open one of the 3 courses real soon, and the 3rd course, the most important one, which is also the one on the uphill side, closest to the highway, they might be able to open it in November. It cost them millions of dollars.
I'm not sure. We're going to try this one more. It's not working out. What you would see here, if I'm not sure why it's not working out, would be the rainfall totals every 15 minutes. So you can see in the past how the rainfall actually felt. You can then compare that information to our design rainfall information, similar to what I showed you on the previous slide.
Wonderful.
Next, we have some different layer options. We can show facilities. So what we show now are the existing regional flood control facilities. With all this information put together in one place, you can see where it's raining and which facilities might be impacted and where that water might end up flowing. So if you were tracking this at home and it was flowing through your ward, you might be able to have some real-time information before you even picked up a phone. Next, we have the watersheds.
Is anything on this program that would allow some type of forecasting so people get advance notice of that the trajectory of the water looks to be going this way, therefore this looks to be impacting you wherever you are?
We used to call this our flood warning system.
Yes.
And we have, as you're aware, flash floods. Things happen so quick, it's so hard to get warnings out. So now we call it the flood threat recognition system. We don't have enough time to actually notify someone, but if somebody, say, knew that there was rain in the area and they were thinking about going across town to a relative's house, they could look at this first and say, oh my goodness, it's really happening over here. They could call them and say, how's the weather at your house? Because it might be bone dry at your house and raining like heck somewhere else. So we don't have a direct warning function in this at this point.
Because it would seem with the mountain set up the way it is that the flow off of one angle would be possible to warn people that that water looks like to be coming to you. However, this storm is hitting on this particular portion, so it will go the other direction.
So one aspect of our gauge system is the rainfall, how much is falling. Another set of gauges includes water level. So if you were to turn on the water level gauges, you could see if the water was rising in one of our facilities, which might be an indication of where the water has proceeded to. We also have a connection to the FAST camera network, which is a real-time camera network, and you could actually look at an intersection and see if it was flooding in real time. Let's see. Radar, there we go. So they update every 5 seconds or so. So you can see the picture changes, but you got to pay attention. But if this was flooding, you would see water there. The radar is a really neat option that we can now couple with our gauge network. Base reflectivity shows how the storm is passing across the area. Let's see if we can get the actual storm here. Ooh. I apologize. It never works the way you want it to on the day of the presentation.
It's like going to the dentist. You have terrible pain. You arrive at the dentist office.
Everything's
there's no
gone.
pain.
No.
So.
What in the hell?
Or the car mechanic. You can't repeat
Right.
that sound.
Yes, Councilman Beers?
We have exceptionally tight controls on internet access from this room. That's
This
probably
would,
what the problem is.
This is the storm radar from the actual event. And if you had been watching it in real time, it would look something a lot better than this. Here we go. But you would be able to see how the storm is progressing through the valley. You would be able to know which areas were not raining and where it really was. Total rainfall. So this is the rain echoes as they're occurring. Then we have an accumulation of echoes for storm total. So these would increase in color to indicate total rainfall for an area. And after the storm, it looked like it looked kind of like this. The white is the most intense. we're at water level gauges. So the reds are more intense, the yellows are about 4 inches of rain, and we'll see that it agrees pretty closely to what our gauges were seeing. Now, we only have gauges. A gauge has an opening of about 8 inches, so it's picking up a very small area. So anyway, this program is available, again, to anybody on the internet.
Okay.
They can poke around and look at all these options and see what's going on, and we're really proud of it.
Thank you.
You may not be convinced yet,
Thank
but
you.
we are. I think we'll go back to the next slide. And I will proceed. So here's a screenshot from the internet data. At the maximum rainfall, we see 4.1 inches at the Grapevine 1 gauge. It is in an area that's shaded for about 4 inches, so we get good agreement there. But what's really interesting is you go up toward the ridge to the south, it gets up into the 6 to 8 inches of rain. So it was very intense up on the hill. We think with the gauge being verified down lower that 8 inches is probably correct. Here is, I want you to notice how clean this detention basin is. This is Kyle Canyon as the water starts to flow into the detention basin. July 12th, there was a storm. It stored up about 3 to 5 feet of soot and debris, which before this storm had been removed by maintenance crews. There was about 9,000 cubic yards of material removed. And so we take our maintenance very seriously. Again, we have a wave of water running uphill to fill the basin. We estimate that the peak inflow was about 9,000 cubic feet per second. We didn't have any water level gauge data for this event because the gauge was slipped. I apologize for that. Captured 1,300 acre feet, which is, it's hard to get your mind around these numbers. It's a football field as deep as the stratosphere, or it's a square mile 2 feet deep. That's a lot of water. We saw 1,300 acre feet stored. The outflow from the basin was 300 cubic feet per second, a 97% reduction in the amount of flow that flowed in. We believe that those thousands of homes downstream would have been flooded if not for this basin. We've reduced the outflow from the basin in combination with runoff from other areas resulted in significant flooding of several roadways in the area for several days. No homes or businesses reported flood damage aside from landscaping. So we effectively reduced this major rainfall and flood event from catastrophic damage to serious inconvenience. And I think that's a fair trade-off. We're proud of how the system worked. Here's the flooding. We had another picture of this Grand Teton where the side of the road is gone, right where this guy is driving, almost close to where he's driving. You never know what pavement is under the water, so I want to stress that. Our master plan is implemented over time based on cash flow and development progress. Sometimes we have developers, as they develop, implement our master plan. The plan in this area is ultimately to convey long-duration outflow from the Kyle Canyon Detention Basin underground or in channels off of the roadway surface. Funds for design of this section will be approved by our board next week, and construction funding will be eligible as soon as design is complete.
And do you measure the speed of the water?
We don't. It was really fast.
There's no way. There is no way, because as that is moving forward and you see that, how quickly it is moving either uphill or downhill, obviously.
It is, when it gets into other sections downstream, it is primarily curb to curb. We look at what amount of flows can be left on the surface. Although these are very threatening flows, they're dangerous flows, they are within limits. We always stress this, turn
Don't
around,
do it.
don't drown. So we don't measure, we don't have gauges everywhere to measure that.
Okay, thank you.
We can do forensics after storm events. Here we see the debris that was captured, again, 30 feet deep. It's hard to get a perspective on that, but lots of logs and stuff. This is actually the outlet structure itself. You can kind of see some metal members there that are clogged with debris. And the debris field in real sight is just amazing. Logs had to travel from the burn area at least 11 miles to get down to this detention basin. This sign was bent over, demonstrating the power of flowing water. It doesn't take but a foot or so to push a car off of its wheels. The Kyle Canyon Detention Basin wasn't the only basin that worked well during that event. It did the most capture of floodwaters, but we had the Upper Las Vegas Wash Detention Basin way north on Decatur, the North Las Vegas Detention Basin, one of the first detention basins built, Floyd Lamb Detention Basins. There are two recently completed basins out there, Lone Mountain Detention Basin and Red Rock Detention Basin. And you can see we captured some 2,700 acre-feet of water and then metered them out at a safe rate downstream. I hope this met your expectations. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Eubanks. Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Any comments, questions, council?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
And now where does the water go after it's in the detention basin, and how does it get there?
It goes through the rest of our drainage system. This water went down Grand Teton from the west side to US 95, went through a neighborhood and got back to Grand Teton. I'm looking at Jorge just to make sure I'm not wrong. It continued all the way east to Decatur, to where it would get into the Las Vegas Wash System, which is pretty much contained downstream. We have a project that's about to start construction on the east side of US 95 on Grand Canyon, and it will be underground. Again, the plan for this flow, ultimately, in our master plan, once it's all built, would be that this water would be underground or in an open channel off of the roadway surface once it's all built.
So it's underground, or it's on a surface, but we've got a lot of water, and we don't have much water other places. I'm just wondering, where does this all connect?
Councilman, the water naturally flows from west to east and from north to south, and it makes its way down to Lake Mead. That's kind of the low point.
So all of the water eventually will be at Lake Mead.
That's right, it goes out to
So
Lake.
when we have rains like this, it helps Lake Mead.
It would take a big event to really help it. I mean, this was one of the biggest events ever. I don't think the lake rose by any significant volume. As it works its way down to different conveying systems to the Las Vegas Wash, the Las Vegas Wash down to Lake Mead itself. And so it takes a lot to really raise the elevation of the lake, and typically it's more the snow melt that helps with the lake elevation.
So basically, a rainfall here is not enough to help Lake Mead, but it's the mountains.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Insignificant, yeah.
Insignificant.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. We appreciate it. Mr. Cervantes, yes, Councilman?
I'm sorry to delay your agenda, but I got to tell you, this is really a teachable moment, and people really looking at the map. I remember watching the tsunami that overwhelmed the Fukushima reactor in Japan 2 years ago, and you see that water flowing across the detention basin. It is a tsunami, and you can't outrun them. And look, I got to tell you that I saw, watching that hearing yesterday at the county commission, and people standing up again and again and again saying, no taxes, no this, no that. Well, this is what you get from taxes here. You get relief from this kind of disaster. This would have been an utter catastrophe. And I've mentioned it before when Gail Fraser came in for the annual report. I just took the council back, and please forgive me, I'm going to do it one more time because people are watching and they'd like to know about this stuff. It took courage in 1985 for Jim McGoy, a Republican contractor in the Assembly, to introduce a tax bill for $0.25 to create this district and to start the funding for it. Nobody wanted to vote for the taxes. It was impossible to get the votes. We got the votes. We passed it. I did vote for it. But you know what? People were just as scared to vote for taxes then as they are today. But look, if it hadn't have been done, we wouldn't have raised the money to create all these detention basins 28 years later when you really need it. And they've been in action a lot over the last 25 years. So it's instructive to people who want to stand up in front of a public body and scream at public officials and say, I don't want to pay taxes, you don't spend my money wisely. Well, you know, they're usually full of it. But the thing is it's stuff like this that should remind public officials that they need to stand firm when they believe what is a future plan is a good plan. And here you have, we've raised $1 billion now off that $0.25 sales tax. We've got another 700 and some million, right, off the federal funds, which coming in because we raised our own money. And it's built that. And even then, we haven't got it licked, but we're almost there. If we hadn't had all these detention basins, if the legislature had chickened out in 1985 and in subsequent years, this town would be gone. It would be gone. You would never recover from a flood. Remember, Goldfield was a thriving community. I know Councilman Beers knows this because he's traveled through many times and he knows the history of floods in Goldfield. The first one didn't wipe out the town. It was prospering. The second one did, and nobody had insurance for floods. Very few of us have insurance for floods. We have it for fire. So there's no capital to replace the institution. So think about it. The people in the Northwest here would have been gone. I mean, their houses would have been totally wiped out, billions of dollars in damage, and we would have had a reputation for being a city that is subject to weather hazards. We like to say, well, there's no earthquakes, there's no floods, there's no tornadoes here, no hurricanes, but guess what? Flash floods can do the same amount of damage. And so it took Jim McGoy, a courageous young guy who was a contractor, now he's an old contractor, older than Sparky, and people who were willing to go ahead and, you know, calm their nerves and vote for a tax increase at that time. I think the same thing applies for paying for police. So I just thought I'd maybe mention that little plug for that. It's no question that you got to think ahead, think about the problems that can occur if you don't do the right thing at the right time. Say, how about that?
Thank you. And thank you again for this report. Well said, Councilman Coffin. You have to spend money to protect and to prevent, so that was well done. All right, as I mentioned, I am going to pull forward now agenda item number 45 because we have to move forward with public notification. So this is was in our recommending committee that was sent back. Bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, abeyance item bill number 2013-52. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Please, Mr. Steed.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-52, First Amendment, an ordinance to amend the city's public peace, morals, and welfare regulations to provide for a separate curfew specific to downtown Las Vegas, to amend the penalties for curfew violations, to provide certain penalties for a parent or legal guardian permitting a minor's violation of curfew laws, and to provide for other related matters. This bill was heard again yesterday at the recommending committee. A second amendment was recommended for adoption. You should have a copy of that in front of you. That amendment further narrowed the curfew area to the, I can't remember how many blocks it is, but it shows there on your map. It also amended the penalty provisions to provide a graduated schedule for penalties.
Thank you very much. At this point, I do want to make mention to this since it's my bill. This really began at the request of Metro, who had changed or encouraged the change of curfew for underage young people, children, out on the Strip. And they reported how significantly it impacted their department when that curfew was put in place. And because we've had such wonderful growth and so much excitement about activities and things that are going on, events that are going on in the downtown area, we always have our concerns for underage children. And so the concept was that we need to protect our children here in our community. And rather than create another time, it would be easier for Metro to have continuity between the Strip and any areas, should they be determined by council to be the same, that the curfew would be at 9 o'clock. And so as this became a discussion item first, which is the way you proceed when you're looking into something new, we took a very large swath of area to see if in fact those areas had any need of pushback or anything else in the investigation and in the discussion. And so, as you may recall, it did go originally into recommending for a recommendation back to council, and was sent back a second time to make sure the public had the opportunity again to participate in this. And what we came about, obviously, was a reduced area. It does not mean in the future that if we see there are other problems, because development is very, very significant in the city of Las Vegas, that it may cause us to review this again. But the entire purpose is to keep our young people safe. And so out in the wards, out in the various wards, the curfew is Sunday through Thursday, 10 p.m., and weekends, midnight. Weekends and holidays, midnight, out in the wards. And we just know that we have a lot of tourists coming into Las Vegas every weekend, and especially for holidays and events, running in the numbers of about 350,000 coming into town. And because of the excitement of what's been happening downtown and the different events and the bands, young people naturally are drawn to where there's excitement and crowds and doing things. So the purpose of this was to protect our young people. And so at this point, from comments, Councilman Barlow, from the re-review, would you care to speak to that, please?
Yes, thank you so very much, Mayor. And I totally understand what law enforcement is dealing with, having gone down and visited the downtown area on many occasions with the number of residents and tourists alike in the area. It's really exciting, Mayor. It's really exciting to see people back downtown enjoying themselves. Unfortunately, when you have large crowds and you have a number of individuals that come down there not to have a good time, they cause a disturbance. And we consider those to be the bad apples in a bigger barrel of positive activity that's taking place in and around the downtown. And so, of course, law enforcement has to step in and do what they do, enforce the laws, and in certain cases, individuals are warned and others are arrested and taken into custody for the various levels of crimes that are committed. I am very elated at the fact that we really narrowed the scope of where the problem area existed. That was brought to the attention of this council, and I believe that the boundary today, as it exists before us, it's Main Street to the west, Maryland Parkway to the east, Stewart to the north, and Bridger to the south. And the number of residents in that area also decreased dramatically as well. And so I do want to thank our chief, Karen Coyne, and her entire staff, and to include the business community in the downtown area that met every Tuesday in order to pull this ordinance together so that business can continue to thrive, and at the same time, the residents and the tourists in the area will continue to have a good time without having to be impacted by the negative activity. Now, does that mean all of the negative activity will go away? Does that mean that it was only the young people under 18 that were causing problems? No, because we still have a lot of adults that will be in the area, unfortunately, causing a disturbance, and law enforcement will have to address that on a continuum. But I truly believe that the downtown that this mayor and council is trying to create will continue to be a great destination point for those who are looking to come and have a great time in our downtown community because of all of the venues that we've been able to work collectively in order to move forward. So having said that, before I make a motion, I do know that Councilman Coffin, who represents a large portion of this area where the boundary is coming into place. I'm not sure, Councilman, if you want to share a few words as far as your thoughts in relation to the impacts as it relates to the constituents and the business owners that you represent in downtown as well.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow, and as chairman of recommending committee, I think you did a wonderful job modifying the original bill. And I'd like to thank the mayor for her flexibility and understanding that the neighborhoods needed to have their input, and they really did sound off and got the area defined into an area essentially for this curfew where the problems either are or we anticipate will happen. And it's not against children, that's for sure. It's to try to separate the juveniles, those under 18, from the bad apples. Like Councilman Barlow said, you can't go out and begin to sort out bad apples if you can't get the younger ones out of the way. These are kids that can get hurt, and they just don't understand that this is an adult venue with a lot of drinking going on, and sometimes there's interaction between people that isn't very pleasant. We know that people who sell drugs are moving into the area, and we're on top of them. Metro, for example, is understaffed, yet they are finding the teams to try to get in and help us on these occasions, and this is one of them coming up this Friday night. And this bill will, upon passage by this council, be immediately published in the newspaper, at least as soon as possible, in order that it might be effective for this Friday night, 2 days from now. And hopefully, as we see changes needed downtown, I know the council will work with the business community to make sure that modifications occur. We're going to have to be flexible. We're going to have to be not just reactive, but proactive, because these problems, you can see them coming, so why wait till they happen? Just let's get on them first. And so I'd like to applaud my colleagues for working on this with us. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would also reiterate, Chief Coyne did a remarkable job. I sat in on most of the meetings, and the reality was, I think we all knew the pinpoint area we were driving to, but we wanted to make sure that, in fact, we had full input and that we were zeroed in on the specific area, which, again, I want to say that if we see problems as we develop and more businesses come in and more activities continue to grow and develop, this may have to be revised, the map. But at this point, this is a wonderful starting point for us, and hopefully that will do the job taking care of our young people, our minors. So, Councilman Barlow, would you
Yes.
care to make a motion on this, please?
Yes, I do, Mayor, and if you don't mind, let me just bring this and drop this on the mayor and council's attention for us to start to mill over and put some thought to. Mayor, looking at all of the conversations from beer and wine to liquor in the downtown, which we'll be having those discussions immediately following this agenda item, to include the curfew in the downtown area, I want to ask this council to pause and just think about what type of downtown do we want? Do we want a family-oriented downtown, or do we want strictly adult entertainment downtown? Because I truly believe that the ordinance before us right now, we're basically moving in the direction of being an adult downtown. And so a lot of the things that we are preparing to approve or not approve could basically send mixed signals to the community at large as far as some of the youth-related activities that we'll be discussing coming forward. And so we really have to, delicately balance the type of feel, look, and the aesthetic of what we want our downtown to be. I don't believe that we can serve both the youth and the adults, because of the adult type atmosphere eliminates the youth. And I'm speaking below 18, the 18 plus conversations that we've been having, to include the 21 and over. And so we need to figure out how we're going to address these items to make sure that the message that we're pushing forward is one solid unified message. if it's family-oriented, then let's move in that direction. If it's all adult, let's move in that direction. But we can't, you know, straddle the fence, if you will, and basically on one hand approve something that's family-oriented and then on the other say that we don't want youth in the downtown. And so I just really want us to start thinking about that. And as we wash out these issues that will continue to pop up on our agenda moving forward. So having said that, I will move, number one, thank you for the ordinance. And number two, I will move to follow staff's recommendation of approval of this item, Second Amendment ordinance.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Thank you. The motion carries. Mr. Adams, it's ready to go. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, recommending committee. All right, we will go back now to agenda item number 40, please. And that is a report for possible action regarding the Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, Sports Field User Policy presented by Damon Cobb, Principal, SOI Consulting, all wards. And this is, we will have a triple header here. We will have a double header here. Okay, Mr. Zimmerman and Mr. Cobb, if you'll announce yourselves, and let's go forward.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lonnie Zimmerman, Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. By way of explanation to how we got here today, and I'll do it rather quickly, is in the early 90s, we had an incredible vision by the City Council and incredible development of our youth sports fields. We developed some 45 fields in about an 8-year period. With that, we also began to group fields together in 10s and 11s and even 12-field complexes. In so doing, we created in this being Las Vegas, we've created a tournament destination site, as well as allowed for exponential growth of our league organizations, particularly youth. In that development, we're now in a 10, 11, 12-year cycle. We're starting to revisit now the replacement aspect of some of our premier facilities, as well as the general day-to-day maintenance and the demand issues. Also, what's brought us here is in 2010, the city auditors audited the municipal sports unit. They had findings regarding our cost of service as far as what we charge for service, as well as the way in which we allocate fields. So in so doing, that's a quick snapshot of what we've got here today, what's driving us forward, and what we're about to present to you. I will quickly turn it over to Damon Cobb, who will walk us through the dynamics, but I wanted to be real clear, is we're going to present to you today our recommendation of what we plan to move forward with as far as charging of fees, to how we intend to go about establishing a tiered system of allocation and charging. Very important to us is the recouping of our utility costs, specifically for lights on sports fields, and our intention to expand tournament weekends. Additionally, so we don't lose perspective, and anytime we get into dollar figures, I think a lot of times we get distracted. Our Tier 1, what our user groups for day-to-day play, sports fields, rentals, and games, is going to remain unchanged. We propose and plan to move forward with a Tier 2, which would be $6 an hour, and then to implement a lighting fee of $10 per hour. We project that we'll cost recover somewhere around 57% of our utility cost if we move forward with this model. Yes, ma'am.
This report today that's come before us is going to include these recommendations or not?
I think, to be very clear, 2 weeks ago we were here with Pros Consulting, and at that time you approved a resolution that gives our director power to raise the ability to raise or lower our fees in accordance with the 50% cost recovery baseline of our department. Today, I'm here as the second step to that, and we don't intend for every program to stand in front of you as a council presentation, but because sports fields is one of the 3 real economic drivers of our department, the other 2 being Safe Key and Summer Camp, and because there's probably upwards of 30,000 users this will directly impact, we are briefing, and it is a departure from what we've done for at least my last 15 to 20 years of observation, is to inform you of our plans to proceed.
Okay, well, my question, I think, was more directed to the fact, as I recall, at last council, The council was suggesting that the examination go forth to recover at least 50% of the cost of operation, replacement, everything, and maybe those are separate. But my thought was at that time that then you would make reports of different ways that it could be handled, that, you know, who knows, you charge more for this type of thing, this type for, let's say, artificial turf, that type of usage, and that there would be a selection process of alternatives, not immediately in this first report, approve, let's say, Tier 1 field. I mean, it was more of a suggestion that I thought was going to come back so we could see alternative ways to recover operational costs and field use, and also help those who use the fields get an idea of how they reserve a field, because I know how popular, in particular, soccer's gotten.
I think if I could answer that without trying
Yes.
to be long-winded, Your Honor. Yes, to answer your question, yes. Because this is so involved, and because we're also being, for lack of a better word, selfishly departmentally to try and wrap up many different aspects of what's going on departmentally. And one of our management responses to the city auditor's office, and I think a whole separate conversation, but vital to us, was that we would look in and bring before the council a plan for recouping our utility costs. One of our open-ended, and it's now in its third year of not being able to close that audit item. So could I bring that to you individually? Yes. Knowing that we're moving forward with a thematic goal that the city manager's office has set forward to increase revenues, I've wrapped that together to propose that to you. I think the other thing, and was kind of hoping to get through a few slides so we could lay the groundwork, and I think it will make a little more sense. But the other thing is, obviously, it's particularly in the youth sports world, but if you remember the resolution, and this is not my proposal for sports as far as we are mandated 30 days before we can raise a fee to post, to notify the public. In youth sports, because there's so many users, that would not be my recommendation. It's always been my recommendation to at least have an annual 365 days for someone to adjust, because I believe what we're truly talking about is pass-off costs. So if I, and it's not my intention, quadruple costs, I realize that those costs will most likely by the organizer be passed down to the
Athlete, right.
to the athlete or to the parents. As a parent myself, to the parents. That said, too, however, is because of the planning, particularly in tournament soccer, it's an annual process, and in some cases they're actually 18 to 24 months out with some of the planning or the recruiting of teams, particularly international and national. With the economy tightening, teams from around the country are making decisions. They're not going to every team, but Las Vegas is always an attractive destination. So I want to be real clear that this is not something that we would move forward and ask you or tell you that we were going to do post and ask December 1st. But it is a very big departure from where we've been in the past. We think needed and more of a responsible approach, but trying to make sure that we're having a very global perspective of what we're presenting today.
My specific question, though, was more directed towards the fact of recuperating the operation and replacement and everything else and care of our fields and parks, whatever this is, that there's always an alternative. So this, to me, what's on the screen right now, looks like you are asking us right now with no alternative choice to say, and I'm not saying you're not right and we wouldn't end up there, but to Tier 1 type fields, it's $3 an hour, that's not changed, and $6, when there are probably a variety of ways you can look at the whole package and say, you know, we could lump it all into, who cares, the lighting fee, and still end up where we want to be, at least recuperating 50% of the cost of those fields. So that was all. This looked, if we go on and there's an emotion to accept the report specifically, to me, that's a report. We are accepting it. This is a recommendation of what, is this current fee and charges or what you're recommending for fee
Currently
and
Tier
charges?
1, and I didn't make it far enough along to lay the foundation,
Okay.
but currently Tier 1 is we currently charge $3 a field hour.
Okay.
Going through our proposal, and we realize this is not here to add, pursuant to the resolution from the last council meeting.
Yes.
This is not here to ask for the council's permission or to ask you to vote on a fee and charge.
That's it.
We're here to inform you of where we intend to go. I'm pretty comfortable that there's probably some folks in the audience that maybe they'll support us, maybe they won't, but want to be heard. But I think we have to have that forum. And it's also a very dynamic group of us to notice our intentions And we talk about soccer a lot.
Great.
But there's also a
Other-
significant
other
collection of other
activities.
user groups out there.
Right, so current 2012, 2013, current fees and charges, not proposed.
Yes.
This.
But Madam Mayor, excuse me, I think what he's saying is that he wants to let us know that Tier 2 isn't $6 right now, but it's going to be proposed that. And really, as I understand it, you're making an attempt to give as much transparency as possible to the public so that they'll understand where you intend to go. What is Tier 2 right now?
There is no Tier 2. Currently, when we're just talking about a field allocation for practice or game, it's $3 an hour. Not to be confused with tournaments. Our tournament pricing is different, which is $15 an hour for nonprofit, $30 an hour for profit, and then 15% of their registration. Our tournament pricing is different. In the Tier 1 our Tier 1, we only have one tier. It's $3 an hour.
So he's telling us this, and then you're going to give us this information, and then you come back after you've let the public know about this, so they'll have plenty of time for input. You'll come back and you'll say specifically, we want to do this, this, and this, which is you're letting us know this now. But then
Yes.
you'll come back for a final vote on it.
I think also that we should be clear is in the briefings, we have departed some of the ways we've done it in the past. In the past, we used to hold a lot of focus group meetings, and experientially, at least in my last 15 years, in involving the users, a lot of times they would seek your input as individual citizens or organizers before we had a chance to present, for lack of a better way to say it, the science behind our rationales. This time, is we didn't seek the feedback on the front end. We wanted to put our rationale out there to give you as a council our perspective and to show you, frankly, some of the costs. I know as a parent, even in the world of soccer, I take for granted our facilities, which my child plays at many, many nights a week, and I've grown so accustomed to it. It's not until you begin to look at the cost and what little we recoup, but I think it's a very important message for us to at least get on the record and establish a baseline for where we're going forward.
So today we accept what you're giving us as your report and your feelings, then you will come back later and ask for the specific changes. Yes or
I
no?
think semantics, and maybe Scott can weigh in. I think we have the ability to, and I think this was one of the concerns originally in the resolution. We have the ability to, both by policy that we're working on drafting, is to not to let us just, we're going to govern that by policy. The resolution is pretty broad-based. It allows us to increase the fee. I think Councilman Beers would be the first one to admit we could make numbers say anything we wanted them to, and that should be a concern of the council. By city manager policy, we're going to have a policy that does not allow us to raise fees exponentially. So to answer your question, Councilman, will I ask your permission for fees? I think I will recommend fees and tell you, unless we hear differently, this is the way we're going. This is new to us because for the 50 years of our department or 75 years of our department, we've never had this authority. But I think we will put those recommendations further. If I could, and not trying to belabor, but I know that same council meeting, Councilman Barlow asked for, can we kind of see a menu of where we are today and what the proposals are for? That would be my intention. And if you recall, when we talked about that, we talked about developing a true fee schedule. Somewhere that you could clearly see all of our programs, classes, rentals, and fees. That would be the way to do it. We don't have that fee schedule today.
You're
but
going on
forward.
the authority that we gave you in a recent vote.
Yes.
Last time. Thank you. Now, I'd like to call on in this order, Mr. Adams first to speak to the comment, and then Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Anthony and Councilman Beers have. You poor soul, do you want to sit down and rest? You're our consultant here. We'll get to you. And unfortunately, Mr. Zimmerman hasn't even gotten to finish the report. I started it, so my apologies.
Madam Mayor, if I could very quickly, we've conducted 2 in-depth analyses of all of our rates and fees throughout the department. We did that concurrently. You heard from us 2 weeks ago on the PROS study that looked at all of our programs and operations, and you approved a resolution that said that the director had the authority to reach a 50% cost recovery, and that we would, over a period of time, start rolling those things out, and we would make you aware of those, we would make the public aware of those as we did that. This is the next big piece of that, as Lonnie said. Sports programs are so big, we hired a separate consultant who looks solely at those for 2 reasons. One, we aren't cost recovering, and 2, we had a significant audit finding that said there was no rational basis for how we allocate and our pricing. There was no relationship between those two. So I think it's fair to hear our consultant here this morning, because what you'll hear from him is a different way of a different pricing and allocation strategy that gets at the root of that audit finding. So we think this is the way we should go, and we think it's going to look like this when we come back to you with the rollout of it. We just wanted you to hear this on the heels of what you heard 2 weeks ago.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you. It's becoming more clear from this discussion where we're going, but just so you can hear my comments. You know, the soccer's been around for a while. There's a lot of people involved in it. There's traditions behind it, and I have no problem making changes. You know, especially when it comes to cost recovery, and I appreciate everything that you all are doing, and I'm looking forward to having the complete slide so everybody can see it. But because this is such a big deal and affects so many people, I don't want to see any changes completed until we have this public hearing. There are stakeholders that are listening, that want to be actively involved in the changes that are going to be made, and eventually they're going to be brought back to the city council. So I don't want to see any unilateral decisions or changes made until we hear exactly what you want to do based on the input of the soccer community that's already out there. And I think I've heard that's what you're planning on doing. So that's exactly what I want to see. So,
Thank
and
you.
I'm looking forward to hearing the slide.
Thank you. Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. My question, Mr. Zimmerman, is do you have a third slide?
Excuse me?
Do you have a third slide?
Councilman, I'm probably going to disappoint you. I have about 26 more.
Well, that was said succinctly. Please continue.
Mayor, real quick.
Continue. Councilman Barlow.
Just a point of clarification. This is more than just soccer. We're talking baseball, soccer, football.
Yes, sir. And I think a very important point is we, as a standard of practice, because soccer is so large and we have so many what we call box fields or soccer fields, have always tried to govern policy and allocation around soccer. Will it work for soccer? Because if it'll work for soccer, there's a tendency that it will work for the rest of the sports. And to satisfy the largest group, and I don't mean satisfy to placate them, but if we can get the model to work for the largest group, it should work for the other groups. But I think that's a very important point, and one of the things the process that I think Damon will touch on is we need to distinguish also in modeling the difference between a box field and a diamond field. As club baseball grows, baseball is one sport that's not kept with a clock. Very hard for our league organizers when we're mandating lights and hours and times to guess how long a baseball game is going to last, particularly with a 7 and a 9 inning game. And unlike other sports that can end in a tie, baseball traditionally plays extra innings. So to your point, Councilman, there are many, many other sports, although we typically talk about soccer.
Thank you.
If I may, and I think to where Councilman Beers was going, is I think, again, through the lenses of all of this discussion, our average annual charge currently paid by each participant. For disclosure purposes, I do have a son in club soccer. I tried for years not to go there for either real conflict of interest or perceived. As he's grown up, I have a son in club soccer. But I think it does allow me to speak I'm well aware of what I've paid in club soccer. The city receives, paid by each participant, for their exclusive use, my son, for all the money that I pay for club soccer, we as an organization will benefit about $6.75 a year. I think that's very important. We have a monthly equivalent of we receive about 56 cents, we as an agency, per child per year, and a weekly equivalent of about 13 cents. So my child's on the soccer field 4 to 5 times a week. My contributions for his experience of soccer to the city is about 13 cents a week. And I think that's a very important as we move forward, just to watch where the money exchanges and where the revenues go to.
And Madam Mayor, if I just might say, having the public understand, just as Councilman Coffin stated, giving that extra tax money, helping them understand that when they complain about the upkeep of the fields, or they complain about this or that, they understand that we need more money to do that. And this is one reason why we're going for more money.
Now that my brief introduction is over, I'm proud to hand off to Damon Cobb.
And would you, as you introduce yourself, give us a little bit of how many years and what you do, what's your background?
Yes, ma'am.
Briefly. Thank
Damon
you.
Cobb
Welcome.
SOI Group. My background is, has been in the management consulting realm of things, where I provide my services for municipalities, specifically the last 3 to, I guess, the last 5 years in the sports tourism market. So things that really starts playing on the economic engine that sports have become, and really have become almost, if you look at it in the grand sense of things, overnight. Basically the past decade, 10, 15 years, the industry itself has reinvented itself as this economic engine.
And are you from our city or another
No, ma'am.
city?
I'm
And are
based
you
out of
an
the Dallas-Fort
athlete
Worth
or a
area.
former athlete?
I was, well, I'm still a weekend warrior on occasion. I don't know if that counts. But I did at one particular point in time, I was, yes, involved in athletics. I'm based out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and very similar aspect in terms of sports and to the community and what it means out here with the Las Vegas market. Now, as we start moving forward, I'm going to try to be relatively brief as we go through these slides and talk about where we are. How did we get here? And a lot of times it's very similar to many aspects of life. You blink and you realize that, hey, we haven't made any changes for a while. And one thing after another starts compounding. And that's where we really are with league allocations. We're recovering about 30%, a hair under 30% of our costs associated with the municipal sports unit with the league allocations. And from a tournament aspect, and you're going to hear us talk about both of those, league allocations will be the first few slides, and then we're going to segue into the tournament allocations. From a tournament aspect, based on the total number of requests made to our municipal sports unit, there's an indication that we have a limited amount of dates currently. There has been quite a few requests for additional tournament dates. We currently keep it at 13. How did we get here? We just haven't done anything. We haven't made changes to our fees in the past while. We're going through and doing an internal quote-unquote audit, so to speak, not nearly as in-depth as what y'all have been through internally. And we couldn't come up and pinpoint a date within the last decade where we actually made a change for the usage of our athletic facilities. The big thing is we do not charge for lights. And while lighting is only accounts for, we'll see the numbers here in a little bit, about 55,000 number of hours of 130 some odd plus hours, 130,000 hours that we actually utilize our fields, it is actually a big cost. What we have been trying to accomplish, and what we think we've accomplished from the totality of this policy objective, is really looking at how do we have an equitable distribution as well as the optimal use. And a lot of times those two things are going to be butting heads with one another with the utilization of sports fields. So we're looking at that. We want to delineate our complexes by classification as we move forward so that we can accommodate all types and sizes of users, as well as really streamline the permitting, the allocation process to allow as many new users the potential to participate on our sports fields as possible. So really, it all boils down to the asset sustainability with fiscal sustainability. So in the beginning, we're going to talk about the league allocation, our allocation, our leagues that utilize our facilities on a regular basis, our local guys and gals, youth and adults. We have roughly about 58,000 total participants. Now, the way these are kept, the information that's kept, we don't have an exact number about how many of those are unique. But based on general typical standards, we would expect that there's somewhere between 25 and 35,000 unique participants, meaning that some persons participate more than once throughout the year. And that's where we get to our total of 58,000 total annual participants. And if you look at it based on a service area of Clark County, and through the experience, we found that our facilities service more than just City of Las Vegas residents. We're looking at about 1.5%, 2% of the population service area is being served. Now, we're talking about our total annual allocated hours. We're running about 130,000 total hours throughout the year that we have athletes on the field, on one of the fields, some of the fields throughout the city. In our light hours, we're lighting about 52,000 of those hours. Another number we need to keep in mind is our capacity utilization. As we start hearing moving forward, some of the items we're going to point out is going to be convenience-based as opposed to really a true shortage. And it's understandably so. You know, if you want to participate, typically you want to participate at the times that are most convenient for you as opposed to maybe a Sunday afternoon or something of that nature. Moving on, the operational impact, where we are currently. MSU budget for our leagues, for our local allocations, we're about $1.4 million. And going back to when Lonnie was speaking of that $6.75 annual charge for these services to all of our participants, that's where we get our $390,000 in revenues broken out over those 58,000 participants. What that leads us with is that we have, this is our disparity, this is our 30% cost recovery range. We're looking at roughly $24 for us to actually provide the services for our sporting community, and we're covering about $7, $6.75 of that. That's where those numbers come from. Now the application, our policy, what we are preparing to move forward with is really setting us up for the future and helping us better utilize that 50% of our fields that is currently not being utilized. And once again, we get back to the convenience factor of things. And the genesis of this, we were really looking in one of our first slides, we spoke about being able to have a more equitable distribution, being able to open up to new users. Well, what we have here, a lot of times we hear is there is a supply shortage. Well, there is a supply shortage on those very highly requested times of the day. However, we do have days of the week where there are huge gaps that we can actually shift and move some of our participants to allow them the opportunity to participate on our facilities, in our facilities here in the city themselves. So what we're trying to do is move to that two-tier allocation. The first tier being unchanged, we'll see that in one of these next slides. Lonnie spoke, that's our $3 area. And then the second tier, which we currently do not have at this moment, and the reason for implementing the second tier is to allow us then the ability to create a baseline where we can say, okay, everybody can utilize, and all organizations can utilize our fields X amount of hours. It's based on a multiplication factor associated with the number of persons you have in your league or organization, and it's an equivalency that pops out a number of hours. We then allow everybody to have a baseline. Now, if you would like to participate in more in depth, as Lonnie spoke about, his son being on the fields 4, 5, 6 times a week, well, then that's where we start moving our second tier, which currently we don't have, we don't offer. And that, for that extra additional time, someone would want over and above our baseline that everyone would be offered. You would then pay that $6 per hour fee. The other, okay, next slide, please.
That has nothing to do with Premier Fields or something, that second tier. It's not in the quality of the field.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's additional hours that you would like to.
Strictly additional hours.
Yes, ma'am. That's where our second tier comes from, is providing the users with those additional hours. Now, what we might find with those additional hours are they may not be, quote unquote, the convenient times of the day. Once you get done with the baseline allocations and everyone is divvied up, so to speak, their hours, as you start moving forward and hours get more and more scarce, there may be an inconvenience, but we do still have the ability to offer a place to recreate. Secondly, the second issue, operational costs far exceed our revenues. Now, as we spoke about, we're not looking to change any type of fee for our baseline. And what we find is the majority of all users, based on historical hours utilized, fit within our Tier 1 area. So that means they would not have any type of added charge or added cost based on hourly usage. The one area where we would have an increase or an additional charge would be our lighting. Currently, we have another slide, next slide. We'll use this slide there, $3, $6, and the $10 lighting. And you see right here, projected to recover about 60% of associated lighting costs. Currently, when you add in the electricity bill that finance sends down with the cost to actually administer, turn on, turn off, change out, things like that with our lighting system, we're looking at about $1 million, hair more actually, to actually turn on the lights to our sports fields throughout the entire year. And as you'd imagine, during the summertime, there's less lights, things like that. But with this $10 fee and with better and better understanding of our lighting ability, and with the investment that you all as a city made a couple of years back with the lighting system, we're actually seeing those costs for our lights go down. So we're hoping that eventually our lights will come down to a point where we're actually recovering a little bit more than that 60% with the $10 fee. So going back to our current charges, you have seen this slide, $675 a year is the charge associated with the MSU costs to actually provide and administer these services. Now, for comparative purposes, and this is just a representation of fees charged by various organizations. These were collected about a year ago. Some of our costs may have changed, they may have gone up, may have gone down. Once again, just for an idea of where we are in terms of both soccer, what we refer to in here as our box fields, and in terms of Little League, what we refer to as our diamond fields. What we are seeing is that our particular charge that we're speaking about coming back, our $6.75, actually makes up a small amount, a minute percentage of what the actual user themselves are charged to walk on the field. Now, how that fee is divvied up and things of that nature, unknown at this particular time. But when you look at where we're proposing on our next slide, the fees to be, you'll notice that it's still a limited increase and a small portion of what you would expect from a total league cost, so to speak. Now, what we're looking at is the proposal of $16.75. That's what it would equate to for an entire year's worth of access to a sports field. If you look at it from a monthly standpoint, we're looking $1.40. If you're looking at it from a weekly standpoint, that's a shot of espresso, I think, added to a Starbucks coffee. It's probably less than that, actually. And so as you look there, it's still a percentage. Now, is it an increase? Yes, it is. The predominant portion of that increase is going back to that $10 we're trying to recover for those $52,000 hours of lighting. Now, as we segue into the tournaments, a total different perspective of what we're looking at from the local and league usage. As you could expect from a sports tourism standpoint, typically the sports tourism, in a way, however you want to look at it and however it's really funneled out, is going to subsidize the usage of your local assets for the local leagues users, boys and girls, mothers and fathers and whatnot. So currently what we have, where we are with our tournaments, is we have 13. We're allowed 13 weekends currently for tournament usages. Now that actually correlates to a multitude of tournaments happening at all of our various 100 and some odd sports fields across the city. And with that, you'll notice here that this is an inverted relationship compared to what we saw with the local league allocations, whereas local league allocations was actually, operating at a loss. Our tournaments actually operate in the black. Next slide. But what we found is our 13 dates failed to meet what we consider a shortage of tournament weekends. MSU is inundated with requests for additional tournaments. And so what we propose as we start moving through here, the solution is increase the capacity to 15 dates. Now we have to make sure that we do this in a way that takes into account, once again, going back to one of the previous statements we made, the asset sustainability. We don't want to have a negative effect on the actual assets themselves from overplay. So it has to make sure that this is done in a way that protects our asset so that the fields themselves can remain a viable state for play. Next slide. And then the current tournament distribution process limits revenue generation. Now, going back to the city manager's office, the thematic goals of revenue generation, we were looking at, okay, if we are to increase this to our 15 tournament weekends throughout the year, if we're going to do that, how can we then coincide with that thematic goal, increasing revenues? What would be a way we could do that while at the same time keeping in mind the market factors? You know, it would be great, it's always great if you can increase your revenues, while at the same time, in this particular, what we are recommending, going to two classifications, an open tournament, so to speak, and a bid tournament, we have to make sure our bid tournaments do not actually have a negative impact on our ability to market our facilities and actually increase tournaments and therefore revenues brought back to our department. So we want to make sure that's done in a way that balances that thematic goal with market realities. Now, one of the things with those bid tournaments they're speaking of is there would be a weighted criteria, and it is not strictly based on who's going to bid the most amount of money. You know, a lot of tournaments, as Lonnie was speaking about, have a historical presence within the community. And as you start building up your tournament and really increasing that awareness of that tournament, there's a lot of investment that occurs year over year over year in order to make those tournaments great draws that they are. We want to make sure we keep that in mind as you go forward. Once again, going back to the idea that we have to have that market realities and that balance in mind as you move forward, and reward those that do have the historical partnership with the department. At the same time creating, you know, who is bringing in the most economic impact to the city. Not necessarily revenue generation again, going back to that goal, but the economic impact that actually benefits all of the taxpayers within the city itself. In addition to the bid amount, of course, would have a weighted score associated with it, and then the estimated number of persons that would actually be brought into the area, be playing on our fields, things of that nature. Now, as you start shifting and looking at those tournaments and saying, okay, how do we determine which is which, what you would find is as our historical organizers, it doesn't happen often, but on occasion they'll say, well, I do not want to host this tournament next year. Well, then those would start reverting back to that bidding process where then that demand-based bid, that market-driven bid is then brought into play. Now, as we start moving forward to our fees and charges for our box fields for tournament play, and Lonnie hit on this with soccer, a lot of the sports that take place on box fields, it is a timed event, so you can go then with the hourly, an hourly fee in order to give an organizer an idea of what they might expect if they were to rent out a field for X number of hours to put on X number of games for X number of teams. So proposing to shift to a $35 per hour fee and have the addition to that a capital replacement fee. And this goes back to one of the earlier statements where we're looking at how do we ensure that our assets are able to continue to be a draw, that are able to withstand this added playability, so to speak, and this added use, this added wear and tear, so that from the local aspect, from our local leagues and organizations, they're still able to then take part and utilize these as well. Next slide. Now, as we go to our diamond fields, and as Lonnie mentioned, if anyone has ever sat through the first year of player pitch, you know that a baseball game can last much longer than an hour. And now, due to that, it's hard to set that up for an hourly aspect, and then due to that standpoint, typically your baseball tournaments, your softball tournaments are going to be much smaller than a lot of your box field associated sports tournaments. So we propose and move forward with the diamond field charge of a daily fee as opposed to our hourly fee. And at the same thing, the daily capital recovery fee, so we can make sure that we keep investing or begin to reinvest in the actual playing fields, the actual sports assets themselves. Now, in a summary, what we want to accomplish, where we want to shift, as you notice, we just had one flat fee for our tournament box fields, one flat fee for our diamond fields. propose to shift away from the differentiation from a pricing standpoint of your profit and nonprofit and go with one flat fee for all users involved. Implement the lighting charge. Really, that is the most probably the most significant charge or significant increase that is actually being proposed is the lighting charge. And then, once again, the price differentiation between our box fields and our diamond fields. And lastly, shifting to the tournament allocation of the open and the RFP process. Now, in closing, once again, what is the impact going to be back to our users? I'm sure that's going to be a hot topic as we move forward and start hearing from the public as we start rolling out these various ideas and these various scenarios, as was mentioned at the onset of this presentation. We're just looking, once again, at the $16.75 per year for an annual impact per participant associated with the MSU, with the city, with the municipal sports unit charge, not necessarily associated with any other additional or ancillary charges that are charged outside of what we're looking at. But from the aspect of the impact for the city, $16.75 on average per participant, $1.40 per week, and roughly 30 cents, or $1.40 per month and roughly 30 cents per week. That's the conclusion.
Well, thank you very much for your report, and I know we have some questions, and Mayor Pro Tem, you go ahead first, and I have one. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good report. You put a lot of time and effort into it, and I appreciate that, and you got some interesting recommendations. The lighting portion, it seems to me that as far as I'm concerned, you can implement that immediately. I mean, that's a specific expense to the city of Las Vegas, and it seems appropriate that we at least get the 57% recovery, because we talked about 50% or above the last meeting. So I really don't have a problem with that. And the folks that have contacted me in the last couple of days based on the agenda item, I haven't heard really any fight over increasing fees. I haven't really heard that. What I've heard is they don't understand the rest of it. They're not really sure how that all fits in yet. I mean, I think you did a good job explaining it. But I would really like to see, you've done the presentation today, you've unveiled what your recommendations are. I'd really like you to now take this and go to the current soccer stakeholders and talk to them about it. Guy Hobbs contacted me, Roger Tabor, he didn't contact me, but I'd like to get his input because he's very involved in the downtown soccer club. Saeed is here, he's been involved in it, Lisa's here. So I would like to take this and go meet with those folks and explain it all to them. Yes, and get some feedback from them, and then come back and let's have another discussion on your recommendations and based on their feedback, and then we can probably make some pretty good changes. That's what I would like to see. The lighting fee, I'm good with that. And actually the Nevada Youth Soccer, that association, we should get them involved in it also. So that's where I would like to see this go. The one question I have is, the one thing we're very proud of, and I know you are, Lonnie, and your folks spend a lot of time on this, is our soccer fields, our softball fields. They're some of the best in the country. I mean, they're absolutely gorgeous, and people in this community are very proud of them. And I hear you talking about filling in gaps and adding new tournaments, and I know you've mentioned this, but what I really want to focus on is if we do start increasing the gaps and the tournaments, that doesn't have an ill effect on these fields. Because last year, some other things were happening. Some people called me and said, hey, these fields don't look that great. I mean, they're starting to fall apart. And I mean, if we can have those discussions, but they cannot come at the detriment of our fields not being first class and some of the top in the country. So if you could just kind of speak to that a little bit more, and I'm sure we'll have more discussion down the road about it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and I know, too, that, I mean, the Mayor's Cup last year, and there were reasons why the fields were not where they needed to be, but I know we're doing a lot of replacement with artificial turf, and then we have LVCVA's Rugby 7 that want to use the fields. There's so many opportunities. One of the items on your second-to-last slide here talked about equity between profits, for-profits, and nonprofits as far as use of fields. And looking at it from the financial recuperation of funding, I certainly get it. But when I look at a great use of a field by our Miracle League, which are challenged children physically, and they work so hard just to get the money to sustain the program. And when you look at for-profits, I'd like further later on, not today, but some feedback as to why those should be equal, because I know how challenged our nonprofits are.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I tend to lean towards helping our nonprofits, who of course now are getting less, well, nobody's getting anything from the federal government, but that to me is where we need to sort of bend a little bit. So as you come back with further reports, would love to hear the reasoning behind that, and
Yes, ma'am.
not from the repair end. I understand that. Any other? Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Please.
ma'am. Just a question. You know, we have so little real estate left in the city, especially in the older areas. It's very hard to find enough square footage for a soccer field. How many fields are we short? In other words, I don't see an inventory really of the needed assets in this report, but it really should have been part of our request of the consultant, because it could help. How many fields do we need, you know? And I'm not sold on artificial turf because it's so hot here in Las Vegas that you could burn your feet on that stuff. And so, you know, there's got to be some of it, I suppose, here and there. If we had people that wanted to play at 2 in the morning, it'd be all right. But really, how many fields are we short?
I think, Councilman, to answer that question, and you can present the model many ways, I would make the argument from the department's perspective, let soccer, lacrosse, our box fields, we're not short. We're short in desired times. Saturday afternoon, we run a shortage, and desired weekends. If we could build a 72 weekend season, it might work a little better. Football, we're short football. I think we have 9 fields in our football inventory, which doesn't serve the general public. But soccer and baseball, with the conversion of some of our softball fields to baseball, to not impact Little League and to allow for the club baseball to grow on what used to be softball fields, now baseball fields, I think we're okay. I think the one shortage we have would be a football field. We've been very careful with the exception of Freedom, that is shared by soccer and by football. We've tried to keep our football fields designated football because with only 9 in the inventory, we've asked soccer not to encroach, and they've been very respectful over the years not to. But as far as I think there's a demand capacity, but not necessarily a shortage of soccer fields or boxed fields.
Well, you say we have enough box fields for soccer, but you know what? But you say that it's the time of demand that we can't satisfy. And really, that's what we have to meet, is the demand. And, you know, it's not like roads where you eventually maybe can get mass transit to take the place of people, because you can't keep adding lanes to a highway. But for a soccer field, well, for the kids to have them in the available hours where they're allowed to be out by their parents and so on, and the parents have their time to be able to give to their youth, I need to know how many we really are short, because we are short. Just as you say, yeah, we're not short in total inventory, but we are short in the times that we need them. And I need to know how that works.
I don't want to belay, I just think a little bit of it would be the culture, and I think while soccer and I don't always see eye to eye in every, is as we haven't changed philosophically about our charging, the culture, as a parent, my son never plays on a Friday night. Thank goodness I enjoy my Friday nights, or a Sunday afternoon, because traditionally those were family days. So my recommendation from my side before we built a soccer field would be to utilize it in those non-demand Friday night and Sunday. Again, we can probably both argue each of those points, but with the expense involved, I would say I wouldn't give a recommendation to build a soccer field until we are utilizing the field late into Friday night and then all day Sunday, the way we would typically do a Saturday. And I fully, just to be transparent, I would fully expect when you see our lighting fees that we will see some, maybe not soccer, but we will see some of our user groups who have taken advantage of the $3 an hour to use a field at night not want to incur the $7 cost or the $10 cost of lighting a field. We might see some of that culture shift to, as a business expense, save expenses by playing Sunday day rather than Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night.
Okay, so your feeling is that there are days, I guess I need to see the grid or some sort of a spreadsheet.
And that's part
to
of
see our
what
vacancy factor then.
Mr. Cobb's completed that as part of our backup. We'll be glad to get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Beers?
So it sounds less of a shortage of physical assets as much as it is the traditional bugaboo of many government services, which is managing that peak demand load, if you will. And I would agree with your analysis that before we spend money on building more fields that sit empty 5.5 days a week, we would want to get our own fields busy 5.5 days a week.
So the changes that we eventually do come to an agreement on, when everybody's involved, when do you see implementing these particular changes?
Well, hearing your support of the lighting fee, I'd say we'd post tomorrow. But obviously, and I think the other thing too is I see Val looking at me over the computer there too, is one of the things we have to do, because we do have some for-profit businesses that operate our sports fields. And I'd be remiss and in trouble with Mr. Steed if I didn't mention, we do have to put out a business impact study. So even with your support, if I had full council support, we're talking the earliest, and I don't know that I would recommend this, because again, we know that the fees are going to get passed off, and not knowing every individual user groups where they are in their registration process. The earliest for a lighting fee, I would say, would be for our winter or our spring allocation in January. But I'd sure like to spend a little bit of time just looking at that to make sure we're not causing some unintended consequences that we're not seeing, maybe not of a very large soccer group, but we might have a smaller football group out there, an adult baseball group we're not paying attention to, and if they don't have time to pass that off, we've effectively put them out of business. My recommendation would be, changing the shift in tournaments in 2015 if we aggressively change our system, giving everybody at least a year's notice. Again, I think I've heard loud and clear from you that we have to have some stakeholders meetings, and we need to get that done in the next, to make aggressive changes in 2015. That would be incumbent on us to get those stakeholder meetings done in the next 2 months before the turn of the year. So comfortably 2015.
Okay, very good. Then, any other comments?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If I might, I don't understand when you tell me that we don't have a shortage of soccer fields when I have so many people who contact me that can't find a soccer field on which to practice. And I have so many comments that come to me from schools whose fields should not be used for soccer and are used for soccer by people who climb over the fences on weekends. So that's my lack of understanding. If we have enough, why are we having these problems?
And maybe Damon can help me out here, but I think, again, Councilwoman, typically when those calls are referred to me, they want Saturday at KZ from 9 to noon, along with our traditional user that represents 25,000. And I use that as a global, but it's demand issue. If somebody calls me for a soccer field right now, I can find them one. Right now, I can find them one from 3 to 5 this afternoon, and I can find them one, I'm pretty sure, all day Sunday. But that's not their request of me. They typically want the same traditional hours that we're up and operational. We get very busy as a sports unit from 5 o'clock in the evening till 10 or 11 in the evening, and then Saturday from about 8 in the morning until 10 at night.
So you now have soccer fields available. So if somebody called up, they could, and I'm thinking of the indoor soccer group that we have in an area that needs to have activities for youngsters, that Keene area. If he called, he would be able to get some soccer field to practice on?
Again, depending on the time of day, probably
I think he's
not on
adjustable.
Saturday.
He told me any time.
If he's flexible, I believe we can find him soccer fields.
Okay. And can we then, are you going to distribute this in hard copy to those individuals who are involved, the people who are involved with soccer and baseball and everything, so they have this in their hand and they can see to go over before they come back to us? So we will have that, and each of us, if we could have a hard copy too?
Yes.
When we discuss with people?
In fact, I'll leave this with Scott right now. Are you asking the hard copy of the presentation or draft notes, Councilwoman?
Of the presentation that shows why we're doing what we're doing and shows the low costs we have now and why we need to.
I have those for you right now if you'd like them, but also obviously it's a matter of public record. We will give those to the.
I just thought as people came in, then we'd be able to go over it, and it was an excellent report. It was an excellent report. We can go over it. Thank you.
Okay, good job. Put a lot of work into this. This is our first bite at the apple. This is the first public hearing. Everybody has heard what's going on, so you're going to go forth and have some more meetings, talk to some more folks, and then come back with some recommendations that we can actually vote on, and if we need to, tweak a little bit more, but eventually implement something. Okay, so is everybody on board with that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, can I just ask, I thought that at our last meeting, we gave permission to the departments to go ahead and do this without us making a vote on it.
That's correct.
So
I was
that's
going
why
to weigh
I want
in.
to point this out. We have done something that allows them to go ahead, and now we're saying, at the first time it comes before us, we're saying, uh-oh, wait a minute, and I don't mind that because I understand, but we have to sort of work that all in together because that vote was made.
Yeah, it was our intent, because we have so many, when you look at Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services and their total scope of facilities and activities, we would do this in tranches and phases at a time, and we committed we'd come back to you and brief you on what those changes would be. Well, I'm committing to you right now that we will do that outreach. We certainly know there's been concern out there. It wasn't appropriate to have that outreach yet until we made that presentation to you today. We're going to do it hereafter, but I think the intent of that resolution was, you told us last week that you wanted us to come back with more information on 50%, 60, 75, and I believe 90% cost recovery, and I'm going to go a step further, and because I've already directed the department that we're going to look at both department costs and all-in city costs. I think you've seen in the presentations last week and today that we've been a little interchangeable on, sometimes we talk about parks recreation costs and sometimes we talk about all of our costs, which are operations and maintenance. So we commit to bring that information back to you in briefings, and then when there's consensus, move forward with implementing those under that resolution.
Okay, that's a valid point, Councilwoman and Scott. So I understand that now. The only thing I want you to understand, the ones that I don't hear about that you're going to change, that's great. The ones that are torches and pitchforks, that's going to be a different discussion.
We expected there would be some pain along the way with these groups, and I said it in briefing this week. When you're bringing 60s and 70s and 80s pricing into the current day, into 2013, there's going to be a little bit of pushback all around, and we're going to do our best to minimize that pushback.
Okay. Torches and pitchforks, not pushback. Yeah, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it sounds like from what I'm hearing from all sides, part of the problem is that you've approached this differently than in the past. In the past, you've gone to the user groups first, and they've gone to the council and shut down any further discussion. And that this time you decided to have the discussion initially first, and now you're taking that discussion that you've had with us out to user groups, and we'll proceed from there. Does that kind of sound like?
That's correct,
Got it pegged? Okay, well, I think part of the problem we've been hearing from Mr. Hobbs is one of my constituents, and Lisa and the folks with the Youth Soccer Association, is that they are left out in the dark. And there's nothing like the absence of information to make the imagination run wild. I'm very much looking forward to a resumption of communications between the multiple groups, stakeholders, and seeing where this goes.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept the report, and we'll see where this goes in the future.
Take it from there. So please vote, and please post. Thank you, Mr. Cobb. Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. And please post, and motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 41. Discussion for possible action regarding a suitability review for tavern license for change of ownership from Castle Management LLC to Phantom Entertainment LLC, DBA Drink and Drag Lounge, 450 Fremont Street, Suite 250, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.06, when a temporary license has been issued pending an investigation by Metro, once that investigation is complete, it is to be submitted to the approving authority, which in the case of liquor licenses is the City Council. Also under that code, it is the burden of showing qualifications, acceptability, or fitness for such a license or approval for suitability is upon the applicant. The approving authority may approve, deny, or take such other action with respect to such application as it considers appropriate. Grounds for denial are specified under 6.06250, and that they include that the principal has submitted on the application is incomplete, contains false or misleading or fraudulent statements with any respect to the information required in the application. The principal fails to satisfy any qualifications or requirements of this code or other local, state, or federal law or regulations pertaining to the particular approval for suitability sought or held, and a variety of other things. I have submitted to you a report on this applicant on item 41, summary that details the Metro findings in this investigation, as well as the deficiencies in the application that we receive that meets those grounds on items 1 and 2. And based on that, we would recommend denial of suitability of Mr. Kelly Murphy for a change of ownership for a tavern license. Also, I do need, as you may have received correspondence from this applicant, I received at the end of yesterday 2 documents delivered to my desk. They appear to be asset purchase agreements claiming that the applicant before you today has sold all interest in this tavern license and this business. Under your code, any changes in a business with a liquor license must be requested 15 days in advance of the business, and it must be in the form of a new application for a new business. Neither adequate notification nor an application was received. Each licensee must notify the department 30 days in advance of the transfer of any ownership interest or voting control, which results in a person acquiring an interest or voting control in greater of 10%. The document submitted indicated 100% ownership control, and that ownership control was transferred as of 2 p.m. September 30th, 2013, without notification to the council for approval of a transfer of a license. Based on that, we would recommend both that you deny Mr. Murphy's suitability and that you deny the change of ownership of this license.
With any recommendation of a time frame, so if in fact a sale could go through that could get approved to keep the people who are working, or is that not germane here?
At this point in time, Mr. Murphy, the correspondence that I received from his consultant at the time, who is no longer a representative, stated that Mr. Murphy was declining to appear before you today, that he did not feel he owned this business at this time. So we have an applicant before you asking for a tavern license that now, according to a document they've sent to me, claims they do not own this business. I don't know how to make any other recommendation to you other than denial, because we have no one to receive that is suitable or has made application to receive this license.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. I was under the impression that these places are not open and therefore there's no jobs for us to save here.
You will find that on item 42. Item 41, to my knowledge, we have not received any notice that there was a close of business on item 41. So they may not be open and operating today. I do not know. I have not been out there. But we have not received notice of anything other than yesterday I received a copy of what appears to be full transfer was executed at 2 o'clock yesterday, which puts us in quite a dilemma.
It doesn't put us in a dilemma. It's out of compliance with ordinance.
Correct.
And our
Correct.
solution is pretty clear, actually.
And there's no guarantee that the people in the new purchaser, if it's legitimate or whatever, would have the ability to pay any of the people that are currently working anyway. So I certainly understand that. Any other comment, Councilman? I see a
Councilman,
gentleman.
I'm the gentleman that purchased Drinking Drag.
Your name, please, sir?
Matthew Greppin.
Councilman Barlow, okay? Can we hear? Thank you.
And Drinking Drag is currently open, and I would like to submit my application for the liquor license ASAP. And I would ask that we could keep it open while that process is happening, so all those people do have their jobs and do have a place to work right now.
I mean, that was my concern, but the reality is the city who was responsible for the licensing has no way of knowing your background, your ability to pay, the legitimacy of, I mean, it's just in the dark, too late, not in compliance with the codes that we have in place. So I would, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would add that the seller has been deceptive.
Right, okay.
With the city.
I understand that, yeah.
Repeated promise giving us the contract that we got yesterday and failed to deliver. And so we have to treat this whole situation with a great deal of, which I can only assume you have done yourself, sir.
Right.
Because
I was there
the deception
for
has
when
been
we
pretty
opened the
much covered
club.
in the press.
Right, and I know a lot of the details that have taken place and everything, and once I knew, a lot of the issues that were going on, and then he started speaking of selling the company. I've known Kelly Murphy for many years, and that's when I, told him that I'm very interested in buying the company, and I have gone forward with that, and I know this is kind of, I haven't done, everything for the liquor license and everything as of yet, but I will get to that as soon as possible. But that's why I came today, because I am, concerned about employees leaving and not having a place to work and then moving on to, other jobs and stuff like that.
How many employees are there?
I believe 53.
And do you know what their payroll benefits number is on a weekly basis or monthly basis? Would you know that?
No, not off the top of my head, no. But right now, on the numbers of the club as operating, it does make a profit. I can keep the club open based on the sales every night. I can keep operating at the current state.
Because in the background check that would have to go on about your suitability, I mean, we could be in the very same situation we find ourselves in today with noncompliance and not putting forth.
Right.
I mean, you understand where we are in this, and to follow our
If there's any way I could
recommendations.
rush that, I'll do it. My background is pretty boring, to be honest, so.
Well, hopefully you're funded as well as boring.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Certainly our legal staff, do we have any, if in fact Councilman Barlow, in whose ward this is, does and suggests as he does, is there any way from our legal input, because of everything that Mrs. Duddleston has said, do we have any wiggle room whatsoever on keeping this open until the sale is complete under certain guidelines of something? We just know that they have 50 people approximately who have been working there for a period of, I don't know how many months it's been open, 6 months, something?
Drinking Drag has been open since April of last year.
Oh, time goes by so quickly. So is there any way, rather than to close down and follow procedures or anything that,
Well, you don't, assuming you were to deny approval of suitability for a person who probably isn't there anyway, you wouldn't be authorizing the business to stay open under that ownership.
correct?
You don't have any documents that allow that business to open under new ownership yet, although you do have a sales agreement between private parties. The only thing that would allow them to be open is for them to stay open and for you not to go out with your licensing staff or the police department and shut them down. Just like when any business opens without a license, they stay in business until somebody does something about it. But there's no way for you to say, okay,
You've
stay
answered the
open.
question. We do have knowledge, and we can't move in that direction, obviously. It's unfair. The only thing it's not unfair, I mean, actually, but I do think that you need to convene your staff there and let them know that you're going ahead under the proper procedures. You hope that they will stay on after the process has been completed and the sale concluded according to proper way. And I'm sure, knowing our licensing and the people involved, will do everything to expedite, but there are certain timelines that can't be moved. So anyway, I'm going to defer to Councilman Barlow on this. But, I know you've been doing a great job there. I've visited. I've heard wonderful, wonderful reports on the club, and it seems to do well. And we know Metro has not had to go out there, to my knowledge. I mean, that's where it's been absolutely clean. And so it's a great business, and we're just really sorry this whole thing happened, because to me, that whole concept and Crave Massive was going to be such a boon to this city, and a real enthusiastic support for our diverse community, and it's just really, really sad. So,
just another
Councilman
note,
Councilman Coffin before Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been reading about this, reading the background of Mr. Murphy and so on, and it's a lengthy background. What I want to know, Matthew, what is your last name again?
Greppin, Greppin.
Matthew, how much did you pay Mr. Murphy in consideration for?
I'm assuming $600,000 in liabilities and another $500,000 in a promissory note with my company that I have to pay off over 3 years.
How much cash have you paid him?
For the company, as of yet, nothing.
So you're coming in essentially just to take over his debts?
Correct, and then continue running the business.
I see. Well, his debts might be rather large, because he's got a tendency not to pay things, lots of things.
Right, well, I
Taxes,
plan to
doesn't fill out
definitely
forms,
pay
he
them,
doesn't respond to government, he doesn't pay taxes, he's got a warrant outstanding in Texas.
Right.
There's things that are going on here, and if you've been associated with him for a while, I frankly wouldn't have assumed dime one of his obligations.
I've never had any business arrangements or anything with him before.
But you just said you've just purchased his liabilities.
Right, but before this, I've had no other arrangements with any other past things he's maybe had issues with or anything like that. This is the first thing I've done like this, and I've worked with nightclubs a long time. I've seen the numbers. I ran Drink and Drag when it first opened for months. I know the amount of money it can make. I know what I can afford to do with it, and I know I can keep it going and keep it as a legitimate business as long as I can keep it open and get approved for everything.
Matthew, how do we know this is a real sale? You've come in with no cash consideration, and you've simply assumed the liabilities of a man you've been working with for quite a while. And we have to investigate that.
Sure.
And we have to see that's a real sale.
Okay.
It's more complicated than meets the eye.
Okay.
And so I certainly don't think that the organization should be operating. I'm sure there are people that have liabilities there. I wonder if their payroll taxes have been paid for those 53 employees. I really wonder. Sales taxes haven't been paid, apparently, many of them.
Well, I think that's the process, based on what Mr. Steed said, that denying going with staff recommendation, that in fact, hopefully you can do this, and hopefully it will go through, because you can prove the suitability for yourself, and if you have partners, whoever they are, but if it's just you, that those will all come through, and if in fact there's a problem, licensing will in fact respond back at the time that you reapply.
Sure.
Yeah,
So I think all those
I appreciate what the mayor
concerns-
says. I want to make sure we approach this with the same consideration we would approach anybody else down there, and that is, we have to verify what you say, Matthew, and that will all take time.
Understandable.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hang in. It's a great business. Hang in.
I know. Yeah.
It may take time, but that's, Go, Councilman Barlow.
I appreciate it. Matthew, thank you for being here. I wish Mr. Murphy were here. He didn't have a problem running up to my office to ask me about opening up, but and I've been waiting to hear from him for some time now, and he's not here, unfortunately. I can say this, that I after really thoroughly researching his background and all of the information that I've been able to pull through the state, to include the city. I mean, currently, Mr. Murphy owns the city fees that are behind due. Mr. Dellison, what is it, sewer connection? What were the, I think it's like $20,000 or $30,000 in fees that he owed the city today?
I did receive an email, and Mr. Vincent might be able to respond in more detail. My understanding is that there's $29,000 in sewer fees, and the liquor fees are now delinquent today.
Repeat that about the liquor?
Liquor fees are now delinquent today.
And the liquor fees?
What was the amount on those, please?
The liquor fees, I believe it was $1,800.
And 30,000, roughly, approximately 30,000 in sewer that is owed to the city. And then I believe, according to the state records, there's like $700,000 of taxes owed to the state. There's just a lot of issues and complicated issues surrounding Mr. Murphy, Mr. Kelly Murphy, that I want absolutely no dealings with. And so therefore, what I'm going to recommend is that we start off with a clean slate, giving whomever, to include yourself, Matthew, an opportunity to come back and sit down with myself and talk to me as far as your plans, if in fact you're looking forward to moving forward. But as of right now, I want nothing to do with anything that Mr. Murphy has his hands attached to at this city, and in particular in my ward. So I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendation for denial of item number 41, and that'll be my motion.
Thank you.
Just going forward, he won't have any attachment, anything to do with Drink and Drag.
Well, you and I can talk about that if you come forward.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
And Mayor, I'll just speed the process up, and also on item number 42, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for denial of this item as well. That'll be my motion. Thank you.
Okay, let's take them separately, though. This is on item number 41, following staff's recommendation for denial. There is a motion. Please vote. And please post. And now we will move on to item number, that passes, and we will move, or carries, and we'll move on to agenda item number 42. Let's hear from Mrs. Duddleston first. Any support? And then yourself, sir.
Again, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Again, this is a transfer of a tavern license for the same applicant that was just denied suitability by the City Council. This business was closed by the state of Nevada when they issued a cease and desist order for non-payment of taxes. That is against our code for being in compliance with state laws and regulations. I also received a piece of paper indicating that this was sold yesterday to a new owner. So we again have an applicant before you requesting to receive a liquor license who now has submitted paperwork to me claiming to no longer own it. I am in the same dilemma. I would recommend denial, and the private parties can work out
Thank you
the
very
issues
much.
themselves.
Councilman Barlow, with your permission, this gentleman, I'd like you to introduce yourself and why you're here.
Yes, good morning. My name is Sia Amiri, and Phantom Enterprises has certain obligation to 99 View LLC, which I am a trustee of, for purchasing Crave in 2012. And they were on a default, and as a result of that, we came to the settlement. And as a part of settlement, we agreed that the liquor license that is at Crave Massive to be transferred to 99 View, for that the 99 View in the future can sell that liquor license to recoup some of the losses, that which is close to about $850,000 plus. So we came to that agreement a few days ago, and we drew the paper, and what I'm here for, just to ask you to approve that that would be transferred to 99 View, and I'm not going to use it, we're going to sell it. However, I could be filing the application for suitability, and I've been a liquor license holder in many places, and this is just one way of recouping some of my losses for the company.
I think it has to go through the process.
Yes.
As we did in staff recommendation. We have to go ahead, follow, and with any input again from Mr. Steed on this, but we have to follow staff recommendation to this. And I'm going to ask Councilman Barlow to restate his motion here. That will come after, and I'm not sure you can even do what you've done. So the first thing is the staff recommendation, and any questions, comment from Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. Once again, it makes it very difficult, Mr. Mary, for us to move in the direction that you're suggesting, and it looks as though even the city, due to the track record of Mr. Murphy, will be taking a haircut. So in essence, we all have to stand in line to figure out how we're going to get our money. So I'm going to move forward to follow staff's recommendation for denial of this application, and we'll all just have to stand in line and figure out how to, as my mother would say, squeeze blood from a turnip.
Correct.
Regardless of how red that turnip is.
I definitely agree with you.
And
However,
I might, if I might.
That's my motion.
There's a motion. Let us go ahead, vote on this motion.
Go ahead.
I think the pathway is an open door into Councilman Barlow's office, who will get from you information and work through the process if, in fact, there's a way to move forward and how that will proceed. But I think we have to deal with the issue at hand, follow staff's recommendation, which is the motion. I'm going to ask for you to please cast your votes on this, please. And then please post. And that motion carries. Because he is generous of spirit, that you would make an appointment to see Councilman Barlow, who
Absolutely.
will include licensing and making sure if there's a way to go. The saddest thing to me was to have the largest gay and lesbian nightclub in the world was such an exciting thing for the city of Las Vegas and for all of Nevada to boast that we had such a wonderful opportunity here to show how we appreciate the diversity of the world.
Correct.
And my hope is that one day somebody will buy it and get it open, because what I've seen of it, as far as it got, regardless of how it got there, which was wrong, it could be something quite remarkable. So I'm going to say your door is open for sure, because it always is.
Absolutely, Mayor, and thank you for mentioning that. I look forward to sitting down with you, and someone from the back, from my staff, will be out shortly to bring you my contact information so that I can follow up with you.
I'll be more than happy, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mayor,
Work to keep it open. Yes.
I want to say something. It's too bad that they did their internal destruction to create the club and tore out all those nice movie theaters. Because if there's one thing downtown needs, it's movie theaters. We have really none of them. Used to enjoy those up there. I would
I went.
love to see them come back.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think that.
At a food market, a very large one to go along with the one
Well,
at
this guy
White
was
Cross
just,
Market. We need
know.
food, we need cleaning establishments, we need a lot. But
Look.
this is, hopefully you'll be back, sir, and thank you, Mrs. Studleston and everyone else. And so at this point, we're going to move on to agenda item number 41. This is discussion for possible action regarding a suitability. 43. Did I do 41? Oh, we just did 40. Good marketing. It's because I went to my thing. 43, resolutions, R4. Thank you so much. R70-2013, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution supporting local hiring and fuel tax indexing projects. And this is where I have, and Mr. Cervantes and Mrs. Martinez spoke to this and wanted to come forward if she's still here, but please.
For the record, Jorge Cervantes. This item for you today is based on the Assembly Bill 413 that passed during the session this year. This Assembly Bill really had two intentions. One intention was to provide much-needed revenue for the construction and maintenance of our transportation infrastructure, but secondly was to create jobs here in the local market. It's anticipated that because of this funding, we'll be able to generate between 4,000 to 6,000 jobs. And this resolution is really to provide support that the jobs that are created are really for local firms, as the intent of the bill was. And so this resolution was approved by the Regional Transportation Commission during their meeting in September. All the member agencies are adopting similar resolutions, providing that support that the jobs that are created do go to local firms to help out our local economy.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Make a motion.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, did you want to address item number 43?
Sure, thank you.
Do you mind, Mayor Pro Tem? Or just, please go ahead.
Patrick Smith with the Nevada Economic Development Coalition. We've been working with all the public works directors and a broad-based working group that Commissioner Weekly had put together. We just urge your support, and we're here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's a motion, please vote, and you'll see the outcome. Lucky that you came up. And Mr. Cervantes, and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 44, boards and commissions for possible action. City of Las Vegas Citizens and Advisory Committee to the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, Lois Mack, Category D, Sam Cherry, Category E, and Beverly S. Mathis, Category F. Term expires November 2nd, 2013. Options are appoint new representatives for categories D, E, and F, or reappoint Ms. Mack, Mr. Cherry, and Ms. Mathis, all of whom I am assuming have said they are willing to continue service. Is that correct, Ms. Clark? Yes, they have all indicated their desire to continue.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve all these individuals to another term.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Thank you. The motion carries. And then, so Ms. Mack, Mr. Cherry, and Ms. Mathis will continue. And we have done agenda item 45, so agenda item 46, bill number 2013-46. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-46, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to update the standards and procedures for obtaining approval of early grading permits and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve.
Your Honor?
Yes, please, Mr. Coffin.
I just need to make sure we get it in the record on this. This was a very sensitive subject in years gone by when people graded property and did not build. And so we ended up with scraped desert, which is very ugly and in a dust-consuming way. It's just horrible for the community. Now then, are we on 45 or 40? Yes, well, we already did that one, so we're on 46, aren't we? So the point is here, what I want to make sure is we have assurances. We got some assurances in recommending committee, but we can't go back to the bad old days of having the bare land out there prematurely dragged clean by these contractors. Somebody's coming up here. I want assurances on the record that we're not going to go back to that, that in fact the controls will be in existence so that we don't go around seeing bare lots, dust blowing, and nothing happening.
Certainly, Councilman. Dennis Moyer, Plans and Permits Manager for the Building and Safety Department. The text amendment that's before you is to follow the practice that we have for allowing grading only when there's an outside influence that the developer can't get a grading plan approved. The only time that happens is if there's an outside agency that is taking more time than is normal, and the developer needs to get moving to be able to start building, and grading is their longest operation. Generally, we have, prior to anything other than grading, they get their civil improvement plans done and get a bond, which is at a public cost that will give the city abilities to help secure property if the developer does go away.
Well, sometimes that outside agency you make reference to might be a bank or other lending institution that does not follow through.
Generally not. Generally, it is one of the utilities that is the outside agency that's taking.
Were you
longer
here
time.
when this ordinance was enacted?
Excuse me?
Were you here at the city of Las Vegas or living in Clark County when that ordinance was enacted?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been with the city 24 years.
Okay, so you're aware of the problem.
Yes, I am.
And your assurances are that we will not have the same problem we used to have.
Well, if we do have someone that walks away at the, part of this ordinance requires all the bonds to be posted. Back in 2009, Councilman, we had our bonding quantities taken up to full public cost. Previously, Councilman, we had bonding that was at dollar figures of 1988. Now we're at full public cost, so when a project used to have a bond of $200,000, the bond now is over $1 million. So there's funds there where we can call a bond and be able to secure that property.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. There was a motion made, and it is, so please make sure you vote, and would you please post it? Thank you. Thank you. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 47, bill number 2013-47. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Bill number 2013-47, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to update the processes and requirements pertaining to the installation of common area and off-site improvements and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Thank you. Then there's a motion to approve. Please cast your vote, and then please post. Councilman Beers, do you want to vote on that from your walk? Okay. Let's recall it so his eye can get in there. Would you recast your votes on this agenda item, please, number 47?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to recall item number 47.
Thank you. And please post. That recall stands, it carries, and now let's move forward to you want to make the motion again, please?
Yes, move for approval.
Okay, there's a
Item
motion
number
to
47.
approve. Item number 47. I know. It hasn't come up yet. We're still waiting. But it had to clear. There it is. Please cast your votes. And please post. That carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item number 48. Bill number 2013-48. Councilman Barlow, would you like this one read, please?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2013-48, an ordinance to amend the Town Center Development Standards Manual regarding the special use permit standards applicable to secondhand dealers to allow the sale of firearms on both a consignment and non-consignment basis, as well as the purchase and exchange of firearms, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman.
if I might, before the motion is made, just say a few words by Councilman Steve Ross, who sponsored the bill. His statement is, currently, Town Center does not allow the purchase or exchange of firearms. It only allows for the sale of new firearms. The purchase and exchange of firearms is allowed throughout the rest of the city of Las Vegas, and he would like to be consistent with what is allowed in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. And back to you, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please cast your votes and please post. And that motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 49. That's bill number 2013-49. And this is Councilman Barlow. Would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please, Mr. Steve.
Thank you. And Bill number 2013-49, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to update the standards applicable to live-work units within the live-work overlay district and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you.
Okay, and prior to the motion, Councilman Coughlin would like to say a few words.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Barlow. In the recommending committee, I made statements to this effect, and essentially that this is a fairly narrow amendment of code in order to help a couple of special circumstances where people live above where they work. But I think we should pass this. On the other hand, I want to make sure that people understand we really ought to think about completely reviewing our policy of prohibition of people living where they work. That's an old standard, and I've been in a lot of little towns and they work fine, and you've got a little town in downtown Las Vegas, a little town that was depopulated, a little town that has very few people living in it except in the high-rise condos, whereas before you had offices and residences together. The people moved out of the residences, the value went up, and naturally only someone who had a profession like an attorney or an accountant or an advertising agency or perhaps somebody tearing down could then build on that property with having nobody living there. And so as we've seen the downtown depopulate, and we are making our best efforts to repopulate, we have high rises going in. But I think there are many, many circumstances where people could live in their place of employment. If you had a house downtown and you chose to be able to do your business, your licensed business, obviously, and you had the permission to do that business, I mean, I frankly can see an attorney, an accountant, an ad person living on their property and having their office, having their business in front, so that they could afford to do business in downtown Las Vegas. And the purpose for that would be not only to help them out, but it helps us out because we would have people living back in downtown that had a stake in the circumstances surrounding their home. This is the way it used to be, and I know that we all got real modern and got progressive, and we financed, essentially enabled the growth to leave downtown and go out to the west, south, and northwest. And really, when you think about it, if we had understood what was going on, we probably would have wanted to make provisions for keeping people downtown. And so I'm going to suggest that I let the council know that I'm really in favor of doing something in this, and I'll be asking for changes in the overall concept of live work in the city of Las Vegas in order that we might make it possible for people to actually live and work in the same place. It could be even a residence, it even could be a business. I've been in many cities where you can do that. One of my favorite places in Carson City, they allow this. For example, I mentioned at the meeting the wonderful old little bookstore called Comstock Books, which is right behind the Supreme Court building in Carson City. And Bill, the owner, lives in his live area is right behind the bookstore. And he sells wonderful used and rare books and documents. And he's very much a part of the community, and by him living on that street, he provides an element of protection for the other people there, the businesses and the neighbors. So I think we should begin to look at this and say, let's go back to the good old days. There could be ways of making them integrate into our brand new and shiny downtown. So with that, I'll pass it back to my chairman. Thanks for giving me the time to spout off on that subject.
No problem.
Councilman Barlow, yours.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move for approval of this item.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 50, bill number 2013-50. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please, Mr. Steed.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-50, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to establish an alternative schedule and procedure for the submission and processing of tentative maps and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you, and before we vote on that, please, Councilman Ross has given Councilwoman Tarkanian comment. Please.
His comments are allowing a developer to submit their tentative map at the same time as their zone change, SDR, and other uses will allow the developer to start their projects 30 days earlier because they won't be forced to wait for their tentative map to be heard at the following Planning Commission meeting. They can submit everything together. Also, by allowing the developer to submit all of their plans at the same time, it will allow the residents to have confidence that the developer is actually building what they proposed at the neighborhood meeting. Many times residents are concerned with allowing a GPA major modification or zone change to take place because they don't believe that the developer is going to build what they proposed at the neighborhood meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please cast your vote, and please post. That motion carries. We will now move on to agenda item number 51, the one that Mr. Anthony Summer addressed early on. And this is bill number 2013-51, which I have invited you to speak to, but let's have the bill read. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-51, an ordinance relating to short-term residential rentals, establishing licensing requirements and regulations, as well as updated zoning regulations pertaining thereto, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you very much. And in addition to Mr. Summer, we also have Annette Fiala, as well as Kendall, looks like Heath. So and I would ask you to keep your comments, and of course, Mr. Barlow, we would ask you to keep your comments brief. Mr. Summer, you start off since you were first up at the 1 minute.
Thank you for your time.
And again, if you would state your name for the record.
My name is Anthony Summer.
Yes, let's keep these, if you can do this in 2 minutes, I think that would be ample, if you would, please.
Okay. When I first spoke, I mentioned that I'm opposed to the bill, but I'm not opposed to the intention of the bill, which is, my understanding is to prevent party houses and weekend parties that disrupt residential neighborhoods and lead to disruption in communities. I'm certainly against that from taking place in our residential communities. However, I don't think that the bill will actually achieve that goal. And the first example of that would be that the bill is intended to stop rental properties from being rented for less than 31 days. Now, an example would be if an owner decides to have a party house, that owner, and there are several owners in this town that choose to allow their properties to be used for party houses, and which can disrupt communities. I think right there is an example where the bill will not stop that activity from taking place. And also I think that the bill can hurt those of us who offer our properties for short-term residential purposes, and the tenants that rent our properties couldn't be further from the types of people you're trying to avoid partake in these party activities. For example, we have an example of a short-term renter might be a single parent going through divorce who the court has ordered to visit from out of town for a period of time, and they choose to have a home away from home, and the children don't want to be exposed to a hotel room. They'd rather be able to have a home with a yard and their pets, and I mean these are the people we're dealing with here, not a whole group of 20 party people in a house having all kinds of activities, including sex parties and the like, and I'm very much against that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. Very succinct.
Mayor, could I ask a question?
Sure.
I'd like to ask the question. You operate short-term rentals now in the city and the county?
Yes, we do, and we follow the ordinance that is currently in effect, which I believe was signed by.
So you are registered with the city?
No, we do not rent for less than 31 days, which is the current ordinance. So we rent a minimum of 31 days and beyond. And however, we do get occasional requests to rent less than 31 days in some of the examples I provided, and we simply say that is actually against the current city ordinance, and so we can't offer that property. But what I'm saying is I don't think that we are going to achieve the goal that we're trying to achieve, and the best approach would be to target those party groups themselves and have stiff fines for them so that they really suffer when
No,
they're when
I
they're
understand
caught.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Either Kendall Heath or Annette Fiala? And please state your name for the record.
Annette Fiala, and I'm just here today representing several short-term rental property owners and managers, and we support Councilwoman Tarkanian's ordinance, or even a stronger one that would levy heavier fines and that would target the party houses, because there's a lot of legitimate businesses that they supply the houses for the short-term renters, for the examples that he gave. And I know that the city council members have met with one particular a real estate agent who has used his business abilities to attract the high-end homes in foreclosure and offer them money, and he in turn takes them and turns them into short-term rentals and party houses. And I know he's been in front of you guys many times. There's I know of 3 people in the city and the county that are doing that, and that's giving the short-term rentals a bad name. So I'm here to support Councilwoman Tarkanian's ordinance, or even a stronger one. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, you have questions of this lady?
Well, just, do you have short-term rentals in the city now?
I do not have any in the
It's
city.
in the county?
Yes.
You have short-term rentals in the county?
Well, I have property in the county which I lease out more than 30 days, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months.
So
whatever.
the 2 of you are here, and you don't have short-term rentals, you only have rentals over 30 days?
Yes, I think the people that
I'm just
have
trying to
them-
understand. It's a complicated situation.
Yeah.
Are you permitted in the county to have a week or 2-week residency?
No.
You are not, in the
No.
county either.
Yeah. There was a lot more people here earlier that have gone because of the time constraints.
Thank you. Okay, and next, please, are you Annette Fiala? You're Annette. Kendall left. And you're welcome to come up. Are you wanting to be heard on this? Please come forward, state your name, so that our clerk can record it. Thank you.
Pat Flick. I'm here to protest nightly and daily party houses, of which there is one located right next to me. I live at 612 Campbell. That party house owner lives in Washington. It is managed by Crystal Properties at 616 Campbell Drive. I am part of Equestrian Estates. I am also a member of Neighborhood Watch, and I am the black captain for Campbell. This party house, you never know unless you live next to one. All kinds of things happen. We might have families from outside the states. We might have party goers. We might have hockey teams from Washington. We are constantly either having balls in the yard, trash to pick up. My gate, which goes across the front of my house, has been jammed and broken by convention center people who came to the party house. Even though I have my address on the curb and also at my mailbox, they broke my gate to go to the party house, 9 o'clock at night. Last Thursday, the music festival from downtown, we had young people at the house next door. They advertised sleeps 28. The county says 10. It has 11 king-size beds. It has 8 queen-size beds. It's well overrated. Even the county advertises it, well, I should say is listed as a single-family residence. This party bought this house, $600,000 at a foreclosure sale. Within a month, this turned into a party house. They finally caught on. After my complaining, I have 2.5 years of notes and pictures taken. What goes on at this party house? Please listen. Give us back our community. Give us back our single-family residents in our areas. We pay taxes. We want it back. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
And if you'll hold on, because I want to make sure Councilwoman, she's aware, and in case she has any questions.
I've been working on this, and as you may know, I tried to have party houses outlawed totally. some time ago, and the council at that time felt that we should not be as strong against party houses and put into effect the ordinance, which is in effect now. And we were supposed to go back and look at it, and I will tell you what Pat is telling you is the absolute truth. I've been by her house sometimes 10:30, 11:30, 12 at night, and seen the taxis there and seen the people that are coming and going and slamming the doors. We had code enforcement go out there, and they found 5 naked men who were having a bachelor party, who didn't even care enough to put anything on before they answered the door. We've been having all kinds of things like that at Pat's house, but she's not the only one. Now, she may be the worst. It is the worst one, I believe. But it's in our older neighborhoods where we have bigger homes, where we have bigger lots, that the party houses seem to like to come to. And what she's saying is absolutely true. Today we have this ordinance that I supported because it was stronger than the last one. And as I was told, it came to us from recommendation that they could not approve it, but they wanted something even stronger, maybe negating totally the short-term rentals. And I want you to know that I will vote against my own ordinance, and if that can be possible. So thank you very much, Pat. I want to tell you that I have been to her house. We've had code enforcement to her house, and every time we've been there, code enforcement, what she said is true. And the answers given to me when I went to the real estate, oh, well, I don't know, she called, because that was in the previous ordinance. They were supposed to be on call if there was a problem, but she could never reach anybody. And she told the absolute truth, we never could reach them. And so it was a lot of hooey. And that's, you're telling the truth, Pat, and I'm glad you came today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are you going to put more teeth into this ordinance? What are you going to do since you're voting against yourself?
Since I'm voting against myself, my hope is we have to go back and redo another ordinance. And my hope is that we toughen it up so much that we can take care of the problems we have, but there are a lot of problems. For example, we have people operating short-term rentals in the county now that don't follow the county ordinance. In other words, they're there and the county says you can't exist, but the county can't do anything because you don't have enough people to police that. We have problems with those who have the short-term rentals that cause tremendous damage to families in very fine neighborhoods. And you know, places where it's all family-oriented. I'm not
Right.
talking about expensive neighborhoods. I'm talking about where they're family-oriented. One girl, 13 years old, in her second-floor bedroom, looks down into the backyard, and 2 people are having sex in a swimming pool at a party house. These are things that happen, and we can confirm they happened because we were involved in being called at that time. But we haven't been able to find a way to be able to hold the teeth into it. And so if that's the case, I say that if we go back to make it tougher or to eliminate it totally, we go back and we study it hard and look at every single possible loophole. But for those who have come here supporting short-term rentals, I want you to know that we spent 4 years ago weeks and weeks and weeks of meetings. I was getting tired of all these meetings on short-term rentals, but we did it and we stuck with it because we wanted to do the best. And we had all these short-term rental people who came out. And they said, oh, it's wonderful, we can handle it, and we don't do this and we don't do that. Let's have a registration, let's have this and that. And so what do you think happened? 1 year later, I asked our offices, how many have registered? And we had 1. Out of that total number that came, we had 1 that registered. They came, they fought for it, and they didn't do anything about it to keep it strong. So we have to put teeth into this in some way, because it's nothing that we should allow to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have asked and was going to ask about withdrawing it, striking it, so you can do that rather than just not support your own motion. And I've been advised by Mayor Pro Tem that he's already spoken to our legal staff, and he has some comments.
Just what, at the recommending committee, we had a pretty good discussion, and we had some folks come out to talk about party houses and banning party houses, and I don't think we really had a full educated discussion about it. So we ended up recommending to ban short-term rentals. Since then, I've learned more, I've heard more from the folks that are interested in keeping short-term rentals, but they're telling me you can put any regulations you want on there, and we'll abide by it, because we don't want party houses. We just, they feel there's a need for these short-term rentals for people, like you mentioned, that somebody that's an abused wife, or somebody that just wants to be in a weekend, and they're saying you really won't know that it's a short-term rental, except that there may be different people coming in and out of the house. So I'm not sure where I'm at, but what I would recommend is take a look at the current ordinance and the restrictions, and we've spoken to Karen Duddleson and Mike, and maybe there's some other regulations that we can put in there to even tighten it up further, like Councilwoman Tarkanian would like. And there was also a discussion about putting some kind of like a tax on it, like the hotels, there's some kind of a, Councilman Beers, because of.
They already have that. They're already, those who sign up, they're supposed to pay their taxes.
No, I don't believe, Karen, would you mind, or somebody come, there's a business license, but I don't know if there's an actual tax, and just talk about what we talked about in briefing. That's something that we may want to discuss and add on to this ordinance.
Your Honor, if I
With your
might.
permission, Mayor.
Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. We did talk. These short-term rentals currently pay room tax fees. Those go to the Convention Authority. They do not come to the city. There was discussion to take a look at those fees and what kind of fees we have. Currently, you can get a weekend permit for $50 or an annual permit for $250. In this ordinance, we're proposing an annual flat fee of $500. We can take a look at those fees, as well as trying to put together some language that says you can't have parties or gatherings or private events, those sorts of things. We could certainly do that at your direction.
So I would recommend, and I'll defer to Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Barlow, since he was the chair, recommending maybe we obey this for a certain period of time and have those further discussions, and then bring it back to the city council for a final decision.
And I would agree with that, except, of course, the reason why I'm agreeing is I don't see a way to enforce it if we say totally, no, you can't have it. There's got to be a way we can better enforce it. Now, if you have good short-term rentals and you have horrible short-term rentals, as in the case of Pat Flick, then perhaps, maybe if a short-term rental is found to be misusing the rental, we could put a heavy fee on that, and then the second time it's found to be misusing it, we could say no longer can they have a short-term rental. I don't know if that's possible. That's the only thing I could come up with, and believe me, we've gone back and forth. As the three of us here have discussed some, it's hard to enforce, but that you could enforce. But anyway, that would be fine with me, Councilman Anthony. That'd be fine with me to do it that way.
To obey it for a period of time.
Well, no, I think maybe we should just vote down this one.
And start again?
And start again. I just think we should start again, because this one isn't going to solve the problem either. And I knew that, except before, the tougher I got, the more resistance I found. So now I'm saying this is not the case.
Now,
Madam Mayor, if I
Brown
might
Cow, yes?
Interject. Flynn Fagg, Planning Director. In discussions with the city attorney, what we might do, since there is a desire to add additional restrictions to what we have proposed to you, what we might do is send this back to the recommending committee. That way that we can provide additional restrictions. Recommending committee can discuss that. We can take public input and then bring it back before city council.
What would the timeline be that we can put some muscle behind this, some reasonable timeline, so we just don't have this open window of
Certainly.
continuing abuse?
Mr. Steed, if you could assist me.
Mayor, if I may, before Mr. Steed goes, I think probably what will be most prudent in our approach would be to table the item. We will have an opportunity to bring in the special interest groups who are interested in moving forward with this from a structural standpoint, and then bringing it back before the city so that we're not encumbered so drastically at the recommending meeting, and we can bring it back at that point with staff and the special interest groups that will be interested in talking to us about it and providing their input.
Mr. Steed, would you add your comments too,
Yes,
please?
thank you.
Before we vote?
The bill has been published, so it will die if not adopted by the first meeting in November. If you need longer than that, you might as well vote to not adopt the ordinance today and we start over. If you think you can do it within that time, we could send it to recommending and have it be brought back on that last available council date.
So your choice? You can let it die, as he said.
Well, I sure would like to see this problem corrected as soon as possible. Can recommending do it in that amount of time? Yeah, all right, they don't think it can be solved in 30 days.
Councilman Beers.
Assuming that you go back to recommending with this ordinance proposal and time runs out, you'd still have the current working draft that could be reintroduced as a new ordinance and start that clock over, can't you?
Yes, I mean, I think so. It's a, Ricky?
Yes, the short answer is yes.
And it's important to get it done before holidays, too.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So my recommendation, Mayor, would be to send this item back to recommending, and what date will that be as far as recommending?
The next recommending committee is October the 15th. Then you would have November 5th before it would have to come back for approval on November 6th.
So
you
that's
have
2
meetings.
weeks.
And
That'll be my motion, that we send it back to recommending, and we'll basically see what happens with the timeline from that point. That'll be my motion, Mayor. Thank you.
And that's the November recommending date?
Recommending would be October 15th.
October 15th.
And for ultimately ending up November 5th, I guess, back in front of council.
November 6th.
November 6th in front of council.
So the October recommending rather than November recommending, is that the way you want it? You have 2 recommendings available before the 6th.
Correct. You have October 15th and November 5th.
Yes,
For
you can keep
recommending
it going.
committee.
You can go from one to the next one.
That's correct.
So that's good
That way we have 2
timing.
bites at the apple.
Right.
My motion still stands.
Okay.
And I would just like to add, Ricky, that if you would let me know when you have your meetings and everything. I'm almost becoming an expert on
I'll
short.
be happy to defer my chairmanship on those 2 meetings for you.
No, that's all right. I think
Well,
I
we
gave you
can't
that
have the 4 of you together.
I said defer.
Oh, right, so you'll, at least for that item, you could step out and have the councilwoman come in, that works.
Yeah.
Okay, so your motion is to refer back to recommending to be heard on the 15th of October, and either then coming forward on November 6th, or they'll continue recommending not only the 15th, but the 5th of November. So there is a motion, please vote.
Mayor Given, attorney
Yes.
down here, just wanted to be sure the clerk is okay with that. I don't believe we have any new bills this time, in which case the only item on that 15th agenda would be this. And if that's fine,
Good.
that works for me.
That's fine.
That's great.
Great.
And could I just ask legal, could you see how hard we could hit an improper type of short-term rental the first time, and then the second time, could we prohibit that place from doing a short-term rental, if that's possible legally? Could you just look into that and have that ready?
I will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, did we post? A councilwoman, you have to vote. Okay, that motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda item number 52, bill number 2013-54. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Bill number 2013-54, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor. Before I cast my motion on this item, Councilman Ross mentioned something in the meeting yesterday that caught my attention, and that was every time we annex a parcel of land into the city of Las Vegas from Clark County, the city is growing, and that is so true. And just wanted to just make note of that because I like the way he put that. You know, we are growing when in fact we have an opportunity to take advantage of a lot of the county islands that encumber our wards in which we represent. And a great majority of the time, the county residents believe that they're our constituents as far as the city of Las Vegas, because it's the city of Las Vegas that's out, you know, addressing a lot of the issues and concerns in their neighborhoods, although they're on county islands. And so we try to do our very best as far as being good neighbors and providing those services. But it would be my hope that we, you know, continue to encourage a lot of the residents and parcel owners that are surrounded by the city to transition and annex their parcels into the city so that they can reap the benefits of a lot of opportunities that the city has to offer for them as residents currently in the county. So having said that, I would like to move for approval of this item.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 53, bill number 2013-55. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-55, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 54, bill number 2013-56. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Please, sir.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-56, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve. Please cast your vote and please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 55, bill number 2013-53 is eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We'll move on to item number 56. Items 56 through 61 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agendas 56 through 61?
So moved.
There's a motion. Please vote.
Now, on these consent agenda items, I just want to make sure that the times that were limited, 56, 6 months, and 57, 2 years, they're all included within that? Okay, thank you. Fine.
Yes? First of all, would you come up to the microphone, please, and then state your name?
My name is Gareth Spicer, 708 South Jones,
And which agenda item are you speaking
I'm referring
to?
to agenda number 56, which was regards to me. Did I understand that the approval was only for 6 months on that?
That's correct. That was
I was
a
looking for 2 years on that.
Excuse me?
I was looking for a 2-year extension on that.
Well, there's a 2-year extension on item number 57, but only one on 6 months, and I believe it was because so much extension's been given already. Could you tell us when?
Yeah, what it is, and I've met with you personally in your office, Councilwoman Tarkanian, regarding 708 South Jones and the issues that have been having.
Right, I remember.
And it all comes down to a code in the, I'm nervous here, so just bear with me, Universal Administration Act 102.9 that refers to converting a residential property into a zone PR, which I've been attempting to do, and Building and Safety has not been recognizing this code. And finally, I had a meeting many meetings, and the city, I'm now in agreement with the city that my property that I've been trying to convince the city for many years does actually fall under this code, and I do have the privileges underneath this code, but it's taken me many years to get there.
But when you say item number 56, what would take longer than 6 months as far as the landscaping? Because
Well, this is, as I understand it, this is more than just the landscaping. This is my actual SDR. This is my permit, and forgive me, my general contractor couldn't be with me here today. I told him we were agenda 56, and he's like, I can't sit there all day, I just can't do it. So I'm here by myself, and I'm doing the best I can, but the way that I look at this whole situation is it's taken me 9 years to convince the city that I do have the privilege under this code. And so if it's taken me that long, I don't feel like 6 months is going to be enough. Because
Okay.
you know I've been to your office
Oh, I
personally,
know.
been to the
It
city
hasn't been
attorney's
9 years
office.
to our office, but
I mean, it's
the
taken
last
me
couple of
9 years to finally convince the city that, yes, I do have the privilege under this code, and I just feel like 6 more months. I mean, if it doesn't take me, if it doesn't take
No, I
me
understand.
that
It's
long,
this
then-
item number 56, and I'm going to ask Flynn to explain for us, and if he has any suggestions.
Certainly. Mr. Spicer has been working on this project for a very long time. As you're aware, he did contact your office for assistance in
Yes.
trying to meet building code requirements. The Building and Safety Department has been very diligent in working with Mr. Spicer. I attended one of those meetings as well. What is left to be completed at this point in time is that his construction documents need to be modified and resubmitted to the Building and Safety Department. They've given his engineer or your contractor the changes that need to be made to the drawings. It's a rather simple process. All he needs to do is secure his building permits within 6 months, and then we consider the site plan to be exercised, and then he needs to complete those. And so all he has remaining to do is make modifications to his construction drawings, submit them to the Building and Safety Department. It should not take longer than 6 months to do that.
So why can't you do that in 6 months?
Because in the history has proven time and time again that every time that we submit our plans, be it civil drawings or SDRs, the city always comes back with it's either 6 pages of comments or 37 comments of all of these things that need to be done. Then we have to go back and we have to hash it out. They say, okay, we need you to do this, we need you to do this, we need you to do this. And then we send it back to the building department, and then they kick it back out with more comments. If anybody can look at my history, they'll see that I've been extremely diligent for years and years trying to force this thing through building and safety. And what's happening is because building and safety have not recognized this code, this universal, the Uniform Administration Code, Section 102.9, that refers to my style property, which is converting a residential property into a PR. What happens is all those comments that they keep coming back with has to do with building and safety and all of the requirements, like basically, taking out the drywall and changing the plumbing and changing all the electrical. And this code exempts me because of my property style and the fact that it's under 1,500 square feet. It exempts me from doing that. And that's
Let me ask something here. If we make it 6 months and he isn't able to do it and there's a valid reason, can we then extend the time? You can come back here and we can extend the time.
See, that's my, just looking at this thing, and it's taken me 9 years to do this.
Mr. Spicer, let's wait for Mr. Fagg to respond to
Okay,
the
I'm sorry.
Councilwoman's question.
I'm sorry.
Yes, if he does not apply and receive his building permits within 6 months, he may request an additional extension of time.
And
There you are.
And that's all that, and would it cost him anything to have an additional time?
Yes, it would.
How
Hence
much?
the motivation.
Oh, hence the motivation.
And what is that amount for the extension a second time, Mr. Fagg, please?
the same as he paid for this application, and off the top of my head, I don't know
Okay.
what that is.
Thank you. Thank you. So that seems-
I think what we're trying to do is move it along.
Yeah, me too.
You know, the thing that's difficult to understand is we've had so many of the homes along Jones turned into professional, and they haven't taken 9 years to get it done. So that's been a problem. But I will assure you that if you come at 6 months on this, and it is not, and you haven't been able to do it, we will look at the reasoning. I think you found I've tried to be very fair.
Oh, you've been wonderful.
So I will then ask for an extension. But the motivation is there, I think, to get a move on it. Am I correct, Mr.?
Yes, you are
Mr.
correct.
Okay, so let's go with this.
Is it possible to meet in the middle and ask for a year? I'm looking at this going, it's taken me 9 years, and I have been diligent. Anybody can look at my history and see the paperwork through the city. I've really tried to get this thing through. I've even gone to the lawyer, city council. I've been to your office
No,
trying to push
I
this
know
thing
that.
through.
I know that.
I've been diligent. It's taken me 9 years,
But there are
6
other
months.
problems involved. I'll tell you what, let's make it 9 months. Let's make it 9 months. Would
Okay.
that be all right, Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, I mean, it just...
I'll make it 9 months because you have 3 months leeway there, and if you can't get it done, but the thing to do is get on it properly right now, because there is an importance in getting it done.
No, I understand that, and I've really been trying to get this
So
done.
my motion is contain all of these on the consent agenda,
No, it
except
is on
adding
consent.
9
We have
months
to pull
instead
it
of
off
6
and
months on
change it.
56.
And if I may, at this point, let's go ahead and pull 14 forward. We will approve items 57 to 61 on the consent agenda. We'll go back to your item number 56. You will make the change from 6 months to 9 months, and we'll vote that in. Okay? Is that all right down there to the left? Good. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and ask for a vote on agenda items 57 through 61 on the consent agenda for approval.
Okay.
57 through 61. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. He's not here, but I think we're okay. Yes, we are. That motion is going to be posted, and that carries. Now we will go back to agenda item 56, and Councilwoman, if you would make the correction to that, and then make the motion to approve that change, please.
I move that we grant a 9-month extension on item number 56.
And any other restrictions on that, Mr. Fang?
No, 9 months.
No, that's fine.
We'll amend the condition
Okay.
accordingly.
So there's a motion on agenda item 56 with the change from 6 months to 9 months. And so please vote and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item number 62, EO2 49851, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant owner Strata Vegas LLC. Possible action on a request for an extension of time of a non-conforming beer wine cooler on sale establishment, 2411 East Bonanza, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. It's public hearing, which I declare open. And are you, I gather, the applicants?
Yes, we are.
And would you please state your name and make your request, or your names, I should say.
My name is Jeff, my name is Jeff Mayhew. I am manager of the applicant, Strata Vegas LLC.
And
with
you,
me
ma'am,
is-
please?
Donna Bishop with the Equity Group, agent for Strata Vegas, DBA Vegas Plaza.
Okay, thank you. And this is in Councilman Coffin's ward. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard from the public on this agenda item? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing portion. Councilman Coffin,
Well, does he have a statement to make?
would you like to make a statement about what you have here?
I would
please?
love to, and we have some exhibits we'd like to show as well.
Okay, and while you're showing your exhibits and getting that organized, could staff tell us why the recommendation of denial, please?
Just very briefly, this is a non-conforming use, and this is the third one-year extension to reestablish the non-conforming use. And so that's the basis for our recommendation of denial, is because this is the third request.
Thank you very much. So can you explain why we're still here in our third request?
Well, one of the reasons is the economy. And this is in an area of Las Vegas where a lot of the surface workers dealing with construction and the hotel industry live. And the economy hasn't recovered there as much as in other parts of Las Vegas. And one of the things that we have done, we had, I don't know if you can tell from the pictures, but several years ago we redeveloped Vegas Plaza, and you can see we changed it completely. And if you notice the shop space there, we could have left it the same height. We could have just done a stucco remodel, and it would have been a lot nicer. But what we wanted to do was a full remodel. We had pride of ownership, pride in the neighborhood. Cost us probably twice to 2.5 times as much as a smaller remodel would have, but we did what we thought was the right thing. At the time, there was a pool hall with a beer wine license there, and we felt that they were not the right tenant to continue on at Vegas Plaza because we had upgraded it. We brought in a Walgreens. We brought in Metro PCS, which is the #1 store in Las Vegas. Andrea Shoes, the only chain out of Mexico, the only store in Las Vegas, one of the better ones across the U.S., and Smart and Final, which is the #1 store in Nevada and Arizona. So we've tried to create a place where our tenants could succeed. We didn't feel that tenant was right, and we let them go. But we thought the use was correct. Unfortunately, this was in 2010 when we were doing this remodel, and it's been tough. And we had, for example, a chain out of Mexico, Pockets Billiards, that was going to come here. They were an upscale billiards chain. They would have been a perfect tenant for the space. They went forward with us. They were going to get about 5 sites in Las Vegas. They decided the cost of doing business was more expensive in Las Vegas and Nevada than it would be in Texas, so they decided not to enter the market. And so we thought we had a deal. During this time, we've leased it out to different people, or excuse me, we've marketed to different people, and we want to be able to have that option if we find the right upscale tenant. We have had another billiard use come in and look at it. We've said, no, they're not the right tenant. They just want to do a minimal job. And we as landlords didn't want them there because we have, as you can see, we want to try to protect our center. But we do want to have that right because that might be the ultimate tenant that will come in. I understand, staff has supported us in the past, and I can understand why they might feel it's been 3 years. Well, unfortunately for us, we're still in the same boat. We have a space that's not quite a bowling alley space, but it's narrower and deeper. It's a tweener space. It's 5,850 square feet. So we don't have the variety of uses that the smaller spaces or larger spaces have. It's harder to lease. And we're trying to come to all tenants. We have right now a tentative agreement with somebody, but there are some contingencies that have to go forward with it, and that's not a beer and wine use. But still, because of our history, we've had things that, for example, the Pockets deal fell out at lease signing. We want to be able to reserve our right, but we don't want to willy-nilly go and just get a bad tenant there. We want to get the right kind of tenant.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councilman?
Yeah, I think I have had no protests from the neighbors that I can find, and since you were in front of Planning Commission. Were there any protests there, Mr. Flagg?
There was one protest card that I saw from somebody several blocks away.
That is correct. This item did not go to Planning Commission. It's a direct to City Council item, but as the applicant has stated, there was one protest card.
Okay, you said there was one originally. Okay, all right. Your Honor, I guess we should try to give Jeff, is it?
Yes,
a
sir.
chance to get this thing going, and obviously if you fill it with somebody else, let us know. It's better to have somebody in there and lose the entitlement that have no rent at all. So I will now move for the last one-year extension of time on this entitlement. 1 year.
Thank you. There is a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Good luck to you. 1 year.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you very
Councilman
much for
Coffin.
coming.
Thank you, Council. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
All right, we are moving on to agenda, I'm reading 63 through 66. SUP 49549, request for special use permit for proposed 2,000 square foot tavern limited establishment use with 1,750 square feet of outdoor seating area. Item 64, SUP 49552, request for special use permit for proposed 2,360 square foot tavern limited establishment use at 4,250 square feet of outdoor seating area. Agenda item 65, SUP 49553, request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,625 square foot tavern limited establishment use with 4,250 square feet of outdoor seating area. And agenda item 66, SDR 49548, request for a site development plan review for the conversion of a motel into a 50,768 square foot retail and tavern limited complex. The applicant is Todd Kessler, and the owner is 1028 Fremont Street LLC for 1.15 acres at 1028 Fremont Street. These are all C2, General Commercial Zone, and all are abeyance items. Planning Commission and staff recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and council
Afternoon.
members. Todd Kessler on behalf of the applicant. This is yet another exciting reuse project that we're doing down along Fremont. This is on Fremont and 10th. This is the old Ferguson's Hotel. It has an incredible architectural style and element that is pretty much non-existent in that area of town. So it's a gem in our eyes, and we're going to keep it that way. And that's what you'll see in our SDR is keeping the roof lines, the Spanish tile, the feel, if you would, of this place. But we're converting it. We're converting it into office space. We have lots of arts-related tenants that are going to be coming in there. There's going to be a kind of a thought process behind some art galleries and some other art features in here. As you saw in the SDR, we have a centerpiece art feature that we're in just final discussions with the artist on, so I can't really disclose it yet, but it's a great piece that'll be the centerpiece. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and this is a public hearing. Mr. Pack, any comments you wish to make on this, please?
Just that staff has reviewed this application. We find it to be in conformance with our code, and we gladly recommend approval of this proposed reuse of the property.
Wonderful. Thank you, and please announce your name.
Todd Farlow, and I just think that this concept is incredible to turn this old motel over. I hope it works out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this, please come forward. Hearing none, I'll close public hearing. And so, Councilman Coffin, let's do it one at a time. Start with number 63, please.
As you wish, Your Honor. Thank you for retaining the architectural significance on the building that is significant.
It is.
We just saw a picture of one that's not so significant.
We were attracted to this building and probably overpaid for it because of its elements.
Yeah, thank you very much. Your Honor, I move for approval of item 63.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. And on to 64, please, Councilman Coffin.
I move for approval of item 64.
So motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries. On to 65, please.
Move for approval of item 65.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. That motion also carries. And so the last, item 66.
One question on 66. When do you anticipate then completion?
I would say first quarter of 2014.
Okay.
Wow, wonderful.
We're ready to go.
Well, you're already working on it.
We already are. I mean, we're not permit-wise, but we're working on it. Yeah, we've finished our design.
Yeah.
We've worked out the tenant negotiations, et cetera.
Great.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for approval of item 66.
Wonderful. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post.
Thank you. Oh, not yet.
Great. We're excited.
Us too.
It's wonderful. I bet you are. Wonderful things happening. Motion carries. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Bye-bye.
And agenda item 67 is obeyed till the 16th of October. And so we will move on to council item 68, 69. 68 EOT 50731, request for an extension of time on an approved variance VAR 13853 to allow 0 square feet of open space where 93 square feet are required. And agenda item 69 EOT 50733, request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review SDR 13852. The applicant owner is William Lyon Homes, Inc. for a 49-lot single-family residential development zoned R-PD2 residential plan development, 2 units per acre on 24.8 acres in the southwest corner of Horse Drive and Coke Street. These items are in Ward 6. Councilman Ross, and staff recommends denial on both. Are you the applicant or representative?
I'm the representative, Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard with Tanny Engineering. We're civil engineers. William Lyon Homes has hired us to design the subdivision and obtain approved plans for them so they could start construction of this. They've actually, due to the economy, they had to put off delay in construction of this development. But since then, they've come in and opened up model home complex for this site. It's located on Grand Teton, and they're going to be modeling the homes remotely, and they're selling them currently. The homes that would be built in here will be a future phase of those model homes.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from Mr. Pegg on this, please.
Like a similar application that we had earlier, the reason for our recommendation of denial is due to the fact that this is the third request for an extension of time on this development. It was originally approved back in 2007, and so for that reason, staff has recommended denial.
Thank you very much. What were the lengths of time? All 1 year?
They were 2-year extensions of time.
So 4 years gone by. Okay, and I understand that Councilman Ross, who's not here, has comments, please, through Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Councilman Ross stated that the builder has agreed to have the permits pulled and the project started within 12 months, so he supports a 1-year extension, and I so move.
Okay, is that in agreement?
Yes, we had met with Councilman in the last few days to discuss this.
So that means this is your last application for an extension.
Correct. We'll be progressing forward actively, hopefully be under construction within the next 6 months.
Okay, now we're taking this one at a time, so that's on number 68, correct? So could we have a motion then, please?
I did. I so move.
Okay, on agenda item 68, this motion, please vote. And please post. That motion carries, and also, Councilwoman, on behalf of Councilman Ross, agenda item 69.
Councilman Ross supports a 1-year extension of time because the builder has agreed to have permits pulled and the project started within 12 months. And you're agreeing that's what you
We
said?
agree to that, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I move to have the extension of time for 1 year.
Thank you very much. As a motion, please vote. And please post. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 70. I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals in the City Planning Commission meeting in dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Item 71, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium and give your name. For the record, the amount of discussion any single subject as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? I'm going to set the time at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Todd Farlow. On item number 40, I'm a bit apprehensive about all these sports associations cornering the time what limited fields that we have. The poor kid that just wants some time off to go kick a ball down out in the open, but he has no place to go, so they end up out in the street. And I don't know, I'm just apprehensive about it, that's all.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name.
Name's Anthony Hodges, and it's a short day, and I'm gonna make it even shorter.
Okay.
What Todd was talking about for the parks and things for the children, and it admits sometimes you have cooperation businesses and organizations and groups that will take out permits and whatever, and there's not any free time left for the children that can come out there and do their thing in the park, which is supposed to be for the public in the first place. So what I'm trying to say there, see, can you leave a little time for the children to go out and play with, it's no cost to them, because it is a public park, and that's what we look concerned about, that the different groups are getting the buy time, which is good, but at the same time, you gotta leave something for the kids that, and families who don't have nothing, but who still need to go and play in the park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda item 72, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. We will start, as I'm trying to move it around every time, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Anthony, you're first up.
I don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. This weekend, Mayor Pro Tem and I are jointly putting together, along with the able assistance of Howard Hughes, help me out here, Boyd Gaming, NV Energy, and I'm missing somebody. Who? Stations, yeah, Stations. A big neighborhood event at Hills Park. And this is going to be a taste of Shakespeare. We'll be featuring little segments from Shakespeare plays every half hour through the day. It's free, starts at noon and goes till 6 o'clock. The Hills Park is sandwiched in between Becker Middle School and Lummis Elementary School, and should be a really good time. We'll have food trucks out there, some activities for the kids. You're welcome to bring your own picnic. And enjoy the show.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
You know, you brought back memories when you talked about being sandwiched in between Lummis and Becker. On the school board, I made that decision purposely, and it worked out beautifully, didn't it, with the park in between?
As a parent of graduates of both institutions, thank you.
You know, sometimes things you vote on do turn out great.
Work out well, yes.
Thank you. October 12th, we are going to have a Rotary Park Arts Festival from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Rotary Park, 901 Hinson Street. This is the first arts festival we're having at one of our parks, and we hope you'll all come out, enjoy a day of art and music in the park. It's free for the whole family. We'll have local performers from the high schools and teenage groups who will provide entertainment. We'll have artworks by local artists and craftspeople, and they will be available for purchase. Refreshments will be available at a low cost. For more information, call the city's Office of Cultural Affairs at 229-1012 or 229-3514. And then the Liebern Senior Center, 6230 Garwood Avenue, on Friday, October 18th, 11:30 a.m., will have a spooky luncheon for those ages 50 or more. It will cost only $5, and if you want to, you can wear your favorite costume to participate in the Halloween costume contest. And the food is always great there. They'll have pork roast, grilled vegetables, salad, beverage, and dessert, but the advance registration is required by October 5th, which is coming up rapidly. If you're interested, call 229-1600 to register. And then on Saturday, October 19th, we'll have our annual Disability Awareness Day at Pioneer Park. I'll tell more about that at the next meeting of the council, but I want you to be aware of it at this time because so many members of the disability community want to attend. So just remember, it's October 19th at Pioneer Park.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you so very much, Mayor. Please join me tomorrow, Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks, located at 751 Rancho and Bonanza. The first Thursday of every month, I host Coffee with the Councilman for the community, business owners, residents, what have you, to come out and meet with me in regards to anything you would like to discuss and have coffee on me. In addition to that, I'm hosting a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the reconstruction of D Street. D Street is located at the corner of Washington and D. The complete road improvement project cost approximately $2.5 million. Thank you to Mr. Jorge Cervantes for assisting me with that. The roadway is beautiful, widened sidewalks, landscape down the sidewalks, as well as restriped and new historical street lamps down this corridor on D Street between Washington and Owens. And so we're hosting on Tuesday, October the 15th at 5 p.m. The community is invited for a 30-40 minute ribbon cutting ceremony. October 15th, Tuesday, 5 p.m. at the intersection of D Street and Washington. In addition to that, I would also like to send my condolences to Miss Dixie Jones. She was the senior who lived in Ward 5, who unfortunately was struck and hit by a motorist in the crosswalk on Martin Luther King roughly a week and a half ago. And I just want to basically send my condolences to the Jones family for that loss, and just let the community know that we take incidents like this in the crosswalk very seriously, and working with law enforcement as well as educating the public in relation to how we as motorists can interact very safely on the roadways when it comes to pedestrians as well as cyclists. So we'll continue to roll out that educational public relation piece moving forward. Although, speaking in relation now to the close of the government, although some national parks throughout the state are closed, many of the court regional parks the city regional parks are not affected, such as Lorenzi or Tule Springs. They're both open, and you still have an opportunity to take advantage of the fishing and the recreational as well as basketball courts at these regional parks within the city of Las Vegas. For those residents that were concerned about our city's parks, the city parks will remain open. Thank you so very much, and I'll pass it off to my councilman and colleague, Bob Coffin.
If I am so recognized, Your Honor.
Please, absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you. I would, first of all, I have some announcements to make, but before I do, I just wanted to say we're missing one of our colleagues today, and sometimes when men reach a certain age, they get a little embarrassed about birthdays, and it could be that maybe the reason Councilman Ross is not here is because it's his birthday.
Oh, we
And
didn't know. How
And he
nice.
couldn't take
What is
the
today?
excitement in any event. At his age, I can understand why he might want to take it easy, but he's not here to take the ribbing personally, and I think that's
the best.
That's a sign of
Have
cowardice
at
in the
it.
face of adversity. But he did a great job during those floods. When we were looking at the video, what they didn't have a picture of was Ross out there working day and night, directing traffic and helping people get to and from and giving guidance to people. So he really did a great job, made us look good. And so wherever you are, Steve, happy birthday, and keep up the good work, and may we see you again. Okay, my announcements. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, this Saturday, October 5th, we have a bicycle rodeo and a pedestrian safety event over at Freedom Park. And for those who don't know the east side of town, that's on Washington between Mojave and Pecos. Bring your own bike, or we will provide one for you. And there are some people that would like to learn how to ride a bike. I think it's time they do. Show up. We'll do our best to catch you when you fall. Also, Saturday the 5th, the Consulate of Mexico and myself are sponsoring another Health Week event. This This is the second time we've done this, and we did it really well. The consulate provides an umbrella for a lot of people to come, and we had a lot of folks last year. This is all free, so you're talking about some immunizations, some dental checks, some information on the state health insurance exchange. We have referrals for pap smears and mammograms, and we have some entertainment too, so let's make sure that you understand there's some Zamba going on and some face painting, so there's something for all ages. That's from 9 o'clock in the morning till 1 o'clock Saturday, East Las Vegas Community Center. For those of us who really care, there's also a BMI and body fat analysis. I'm not referring to the council members. Monday, October 7th, is a great big day because we are opening our latest fire station, our groundbreaking for our latest fire station. It's Station 108. And I know the mayor is going to be there, and I will be there, and all members of the council are welcome to come and see this nice thing to happen, because this is so important for the safety of all our citizens. And we have a lot happening here, and it's near the edge of the city, which means that in some ways we will be receiving service and giving service to other people, such as North Las Vegas and the county. But more importantly, this is a big deal for people in the city, because it will, if you live nearby, the timeliness of arrival of a fire engine, just as the proximity to a fire hydrant, can make a big difference in how safe you are, and it can affect your insurance rates, especially in commercial. So we're very pleased. I will be at 10 o'clock on Monday morning, October 7th. We have had two very successful meetings in Ward 3 on the 5 Points Walkable Community Plan. And for those of you who have, I think Councilman Barlow has had a plan completed in his ward, and I'm not sure if there's another one in town, but people in Ward 3 are very excited about this, and participation has been increasing. Our next meeting is October 15th at 6 p.m. at the Howard Hollingsworth Elementary School, which is at Ogden and Bruce in that area. So it's a nice school to come to. The gates will be open for you. And essentially, walkable community means, what can we do to improve how you can walk and bike to your services? Can we add services to the area? We want your opinion. That's the whole point of it all. We want you to come and tell us your thoughts on it. We will listen. There will be members from the planning staff there who know how to answer the technical questions. But believe me, when it comes to trying to improve your walkability, I mean, you can see on that slide right there a power pole sitting right in the middle of a sidewalk. Well, we grew too fast, so we made our streets too wide and took away from our sidewalks. And we're trying to go back to the good old days of wider sidewalks with some shade. So what you see on the right-hand side is the really achievable goal, not only for you to walk safely, but to get to places quicker and find the attraction of services to the neighborhood. And last part of this announcement series, we're very busy over here. We have had one town hall meeting on Tuesday the 24th, and now we're going to have another one on the 17th on the Affordable Health Care Act. Now, you know, this is the controversial act by which desperate people have decided to close down the government for a little while. The thought is that if you call it Obamacare, people hate it. If you call it Affordable Care, people like it. So that's what we call it, Affordable Care Act, because while it may be complex, it will work for a lot of people, especially in Ward 3, people who don't have insurance. So I encourage everybody, doesn't matter whether you live in Ward 3 or not. Commissioner Larry Weekly and I are sponsoring this together. Thursday, October 17th, 6 o'clock to 7:30 p.m. It is here. It is effective. Come and listen to people. Come and enroll right there. It sounds intimidating when you watch the news. It is not intimidating. And therefore, those of you who don't have insurance or think you might lose insurance or can't afford your COBRA insurance really ought to look into this thing. Well, we'll see you on the 17th. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman, and I know I speak for the entire City Council and everyone who works for the City of Las Vegas when I say the safety issues of our residents and our businesses and everybody who chooses to call this wonderful place home is number one for us. And we spend every bit of our resident tax dollars wisely for safety. That's why I'm pleased to join with the Regional Transportation Commission and more than 20 local government agencies, private profit and nonprofits, and law enforcement to raise awareness of the importance of pedestrian safety, which Councilman Barlow just mentioned with his memorial and extension of condolences for Ms. Jones. We kick off this collaborative campaign, Pedestrian Safety Starts With You, tomorrow, Thursday, October 3rd, at the RTC Administrative Building at 10:30. We will be publicizing safety tips for motorists, pedestrians, bicyclists, with more than 50 event programs and activities throughout the entire month of October. I'm very pleased, too, to extend our best wishes to the Miracle League, which will be will be having its first game on this October, the fall season, Saturday, October 5th, right off of Rancho at Mesquite, and I am going to be trying to throw out the first pitch. But what a great group of people and wonderful sponsors. Our next City Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, October 16th, here in the Council Chambers at 9 a.m., with recommending the day before at 9 a.m. here also in City Hall. So at this point, we are adjourned. Thank you all for your attention and support.